welcome to our third session with Wordplay, the new word game designed by Mark Brown of the YouTube channel Game Maker's Toolkit. In the first session, we cleared the easy mode, which locks everything else behind it, followed by each of the difficulties in order. Had a bit of a close shave with hard mode because we were kind of messing around a little bit here and there and setting up achievements and sort of spectacle plays. But we did make it, and then yesterday we finished the marathon mode, as well as, for achievement purposes, an extra round of the quick play where we went for the gold medal. Now you'll see that there says U here. This U does not appear when you first launch the game. It does not appear, in fact, until you have cleared every single one of these modes. It is, in fact, not sufficient, as far as I can tell, to only clear Legendary or only clear Marathon. And because I did see a fellow Scrabble player run through these separately, and I did not know at the time that there was Ultramarathon because they did not unlock it. And so if you were of a mind to skip directly from easy to Legendary, which I was strongly considering on our first stream, you would actually not know this exists, apart from the achievement list. Let's take a look at the achievement list because this is where it gets interesting. So I just refreshed this a few minutes ago before this stream. As you can see, we checked off quite a bit off this list. We don't have this 200 point with a single tile play yet, and we haven't sat on a diamond long enough to get this going, but you know, some things will come with time and with a lot of additional plays. We haven't seen, presumably, a modifier that relates to the next letter in the alphabet challenge, because the stacking challenges tend to be modifier cards, and we just have seen a very small selection of them over our handful of runs. And we spent quite a bit of time in Marathon setting up Midas Touch, and on the first day we did get Wildcard, where we played blank, 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 and it alphabetically resolved as AAHS. But here's what interests us today. Look at this U over here, word perfect. 0%. Now, I don't know if this is rounded down or if the first person to achieve it will bump it up to a 0.1. I don't actually exactly know how Steam works in that respect. We did find it very odd that easy mode is at around 100.0%, which is something that you rarely ever see. It will go down as people just pick up the game and backlog it for sales and such, but it's almost kind of implausible, although maybe explicable, that every person who's an early adopter of this game would at least launch it and sit with it long enough to finish the easy mode tutorial. It doesn't take very long, but 100.0% is something you rarely ever see, but that tells you how young this game is. It's only been out for 3 days now. But as I was saying, WordPerfect is at 0%. So given that the possible player pool for it is kind of definitely capped at about 3%, since that's the number of people who have cleared Legendary and Marathon, well, we don't know if it's actually that difficult, or if people just didn't know it existed because they skipped Legendary, or if people just haven't had time to complete a run. But we're going for it, and we're going to see how we do. Just going to, whoops. Now here's the problem, is that when I switch to my browser, I think I sometimes temporarily have some issues clicking on the interface. I don't know if that's a bug in the game or something else, but as you can see, the game looks kind of frozen. Let me just see if I can resolve that, because yeah, this is the difficulty, is that, you know, later on I definitely, if I clear it, want to show the achievement UI, which we should have just done with Steam Overlay, but the interface does not appear to be cooperating with me here. I think it's supposed to be animated in the background. Just give me one moment while we try to fix this up, if we can. Oh, and of course, just as I clicked over to that screen, that resolved itself. So let's go back to main. So yeah, we're on version 1.03. Yesterday we were on 1.02. Things have been pretty hotfixed quickly when it comes to bugs relating to collisions of various effects. And so far, this is how we've been doing. This we got on the first day, beeswax plus governed as a single string, because the plus tile allows you to join two words together in the same play. Yesterday we got equalities for 642, and yeah, we're kind of 5 for 5 so far, just getting each mode one at a time. Now, Games 1 does not track quick play, it seems. It only tracks the standard modes. And there is an achievement that is not yet achieved. That is 50 clears of anything here in strategic. That's, of course, just a matter of time. The game just has not been out long enough for people to sit down with even grinding out easy mode 50 times. Enough of a preamble. Let's get straight into Ultramarathon, and we'll see how we do. So yeah, previously, Marathon mode, we finished in 61, but a great chunk of that was spent just setting up Midas Touch, so we actually deliberately squandered many turns. Today I'm not going to worry too much about alternate achievements, we just want to get the clear and see what happens. Okay, so Ultramarathon starts with similar conditions to Marathon. It only has 10 starting plays, which I think is slightly fewer, but only has 40 points for the first benchmark, which is, I think, comparable to what is an easy. It will ramp up, of course, and we don't know how well it will ramp up. Oh, notice that it's actually only 20 rounds, just like standard Marathon. That tells me that it probably is just like the jumps between the other difficulties, where it's actually just the escalation of the point threshold for each wave that is likely to be the issue, and also just the limited bank of plays that you start with. Possibly there are going to be more of the mini boss levels. In Marathon mode, we had them at 5, 10, 15, and 20. In Legendary mode, I think we had 4 of them as well, and the final wave is always some kind of boss effect. And so we don't know if maybe they will appear with higher frequency, but we'll find that out. Okay, let's take a look. And I already see things like Unwanted. We might be able to do a bit better than that. I would like to clear this with a single play, so we're going to see if we can do that. Currently, this only gives you 25 in bonuses, which means we need 15 in face value, which 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 we don't have. So possibly ungranted. We don't quite have the R's for unwarranted, but this would easily get you over if it's valid, and it's not good. Okay. That was a bit of a stretch. It's not a word that would verify it either way, because again, 9 and up doesn't really show up routinely in Scrabble. And it might just be a disparity with this dictionary, but no, Scrabble dictionary doesn't have it either, looking at our validation bot. So Unwanted is the best that we have right now, but I want to do better just to surpass 40 points in one play, because we want to conserve as many plays as possible. So let's take a look and see if we can have something that would be a little bit better. Out-earned. There we go. That easily gets you over just with bonuses. 35 plus face value, that's over. So let's take it. Alright, we don't care about adding refreshes. Add 1 bonus point, increases by 1 when an upgrade is used. Neither of these are very good for the first round. I have not at any point tried reroll. It is obviously risky. I've never pressed this button, actually, even though we're usually sitting on a good bank of plays. Now, the thing is, depleting our plays is the biggest risk here. But I feel like this is going to be best here, because we get 4 swaps out of it, and we get to potentially just use it as a free extension on our length if we pick a good one. So let's take it. It will get us some points in the near term. I would like to build up towards some effects that are going to last us in the long term for future modifier draws. Okay, we have a couple of things that we can see here. I see a couple of different ideas for maybe 5 letters of words with a J, which is not very good. You know, By the way, how nice it is that with Donkey Kong Bonanza already released in some regions digitally, that we have Banana, but we can do a lot better than that, of course. And yeah, again, we will see. Obviously, we have things like the E ending available to us if we use this. We have other things like EST that would be available as well. We have the sort of bag prefix. It's not really that common a prefix, but... And of course, we can use multiple swaps here with the consonants. The thing is that we have a big glut of A's right now. And we might just want to get a couple of them off like this. We might be able to extend it with an S. But we don't know how many of those, of course, are valid in this dictionary because it can be a pretty hit and miss. And it is moddable, and we know how, but you have to play the game unmodded, obviously, to go for the achievements, so you can't exploit them. So, yeah, ideally we want to get about halfway in. We need to play for length because we just don't have modifier bonuses to help us at all in this round. And... well, we can do tanager if we use R with this, tanager, tanagers, and that would get us some bonuses here. In fact, since the face value of the J is actually maybe not even necessarily that useful, well, let's unduplicate some A's actually. Let's go with this with an R. And then we can probably even do better than that if we are going to be using the exchanges to stretch out a little bit. I bet we can do even better. We don't have O's for things like boomerang, unfortunately, but banana-rang is... so here's something interesting. This is not good, but this is a weapon that is Donkey Kong's standard weapon, I think, in the Donkey Kong Adventure in Mario plus Rabbids, which we very recently featured as kind of our lead-up Donkey Kong game because everybody's kind of been picking one lately. And it's too bad that's not a real word. There's no way this is a real word because, you know, banana rangs are only a thing in Donkey Kong, but too bad. Anyway, we're going to go tanager and we're going to exchange something else into an S. Let's unduplicate the N as well, maybe. I don't know. Some of this stuff can be a little bit clunky. I'm thinking of dumping either the W or the B. The J is kind of clunky too. The W, the rationale for keeping it would be synergy with the T. And the N, of course, you could unduplicate for some flexibility. So I'd say either W, J, B, or N we would change into the S here just to get a length bonus. I think we're going to actually, since... yeah, let's go with W. And let's go S. I bet we can do longer than that as well, but I am thinking about whether we can think about a solution to that. We keep NG in case we draw I, because that could potentially get you something fairly long in the next move. So this only gets you about 25 here and then a bunch here. So this is kind of like a mid-30s play. Not ideal. Ideally, we would want to go for more length just to cover 66 points. This is going to be ing ending, tion ending. I see halation, inhalation. Does that get us over? Let's take a look. We want to hit 66. So bonuses, you get 20, 40, 50. Do we get 16 in face value? 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we don't. So what we're going to do is we're going to change one to an S. And I'm thinking we'll actually change to J. J has points, but we have nothing in the way of tile point bonuses right now. That would be good for that. So we're going to do that, S. And we're going to punch in S. Inhalations. That's enough of a bonus that it should get us over the line. Okay, reroll the perks for free once per round. No, we want something that's going to accumulate. Permanently increase new tile score by 5. Yeah, and we don't know what it will be. Oh, add 5 standard E tiles with 5 extra points. I kind of like that, actually, but... yeah, I'm thinking about that in terms of like draw probability of higher point tiles. But the nice thing about this is that, you know, you can start hitting bonuses with vowels, whereas this one we don't know what we're going to get. So I think we'll actually take the gift. We're really short on decent modifiers at the moment, but we can start building around a decent number of E's, and E's multiply well, so... I think there's some random distribution to what kind of letter is assigned to the gift effect. And given that there is some kind of randomness to it, and E is one of the better ones that we can get for that. I don't know if there's a curve as to the probability of what you can duplicate. Obviously, you would never take something like that if it's just giving you 5 V's, for instance. But I wonder if there is something that would work out there. We see vulnerable. Too bad we don't have something like invulnerable. We would need to exchange 1 to get vulnerable, and we can do that because we just need the R. And then, given that we have so many of the E's, it might even make sense to exchange one of those, or just dump to W, because it's just in the way anyhow. So, here, able, very consonant heavy with what we're leaving behind. I say we dump either one of the double T's or the W. My instinct is to dump to W. We aim to at least get over halfway with this one, and we will, just slightly. And yeah, we get some of the E's already. Now, I see expected. We don't have something like expectorate, unfortunately. We see accepted, but there's no difference. And I don't know that we'll do better than it, but we'll take a look just in case we get length bonuses that make up for points. 10 here, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 here, we need 55. That's only 25 in bonuses, and 20 here. That gives us 45, so we're going to have to burn an additional play to get through this round. But it's actually fine when you get really close to the line, I think, sometimes, because what you can do is you can do a small play that sets up a big play for the following turn as you get into the succeeding round. So it might not be the worst to get within just 10 points, especially because we have the Z just here to automatically get any play using it over 10 points. So I'm just going to take a look at this a little bit more closely in case we can find something that would be a little bit better, but I don't think we will have that. I think we'll just go with expected or accepted. Doesn't really matter. So yeah, it gets us within 10. So with this play, what we want to do is we want to rebalance what we have. We want to try to set up a good play as our first play going into the next round. And of course, that will depend on what we draw into. But for example, if we think that next play we can do something like, you know, hazmat, then we want to keep the tiles for hazmat, right? Like, and if we find something even better, Oh, too bad we don't have to U for something like Vuggy. We can just get rid of that thing. KV would actually be good. We would have a bit of doubling over here, but then we could potentially have Hazmat. We would potentially have other things that we can work with on the next turn, like Matzo, etc. Depending on what spellings are accepted in this dictionary. So I think we just do KV. This is just a pure face value play, 4 tiles. The whole purpose is to get us over the line and give us a good play next turn. The word has exactly 6 tiles, add 10 bonus points. Well, you know what? We can do that. Now this gives you an accumulating one. Oh, transform into a random special tile. But if we do this nice and early, I don't even know what potion is, actually. We have not seen potion tiles at all in this game. Now the thing is, because of the possibility that you end up with something like dot, we would want something that is a viable ending tile. But the thing is, so golden is good for anything that you're going to use frequently. Emerald is good for anything that scores well. I feel like I don't like the randomness here, where it's good to sort of invest in a bag. But looking at what we're drawing here, I think it's better to try to go for the 6 tile bonus. Although this is going to accumulate quite well, because if you think about it, it's going to be pretty decent run of points. What is it, like 55 points? Sigma 10? Oh, but that's just kind of a flat value. Like, you get better than that if you just play 6-letter words more than 5 or 6 times. So, like, this is going to pay off better in the long run. And we'll have plenty of time before we need to think about selling it, because we don't have any modifiers. So I think this is the best investment at the moment, because we already have one. Something like Matzo, if this spelling is accepted, would be better just to get rid of some of the O's, and it is. Again, we don't have multipliers right now, which is a major encumbrance, because usually to survive in this game you need good multiplication. Now, of course, we shouldn't worry about a 6-tile bonus if we can find something really long, and we might actually be able to get something like buggeries. And that does leave us with some pretty heavy vowels, but... And then, yeah, like bourgeoisie. Wait, bourgeoisie. I have to spell this correctly. I kind of like that. Did I spell it right? Bourgeoisie. I guess we'll find out in just a moment. We're going to use both the bonus E's as well. Okay, it gets us pretty close. We just need 26 to pass the next round. So again, we're going to do a relatively minimal play to get over the line, and then try to set up a good play going into the next round. However, next round is round 5. If it's a constraint round, then whatever we set up here might not be particularly valid, depending on what the constraint is. So we should just try to leave a decent balance, just to get some things out of here. Now we're getting a little bit stuffed on E's, for instance. So for example, if you have Jewel, will that get you over 26? Well, let's think about it. So 10, 20, 25. No, it wouldn't. And we don't want to dump the S on it necessarily. We want to keep things going into next turn. So, but Jowled looks pretty promising. This would definitely get you over. It would dump some of this stuff. You already see things for the next turn, like Austere, for instance. Austere. And so we know minimum that we're going to have something like that. Also, this gives you the 10-point bonus for 6 tiles, which is going to be overkill anyway. So we should just take it. This will easily get over, so. Diamond Wise. Well, the game is short of Wise. We never take these ones because they actually just kill the length bonus. Add bonus points equal to the number of unused upgrades. Unfortunately, this has no bonus for us at the moment, and won't really kick in for several rounds. This is something that you get if you already have some unused upgrades, I think. The diamond one can potentially sit back and hit that diamond achievement later. So I like it. The bag is short and wise because it has 1 Y as opposed to Scrabble's 2 Ys. The other difference is that it has 8 eyes instead of 9 eyes. So I actually kind of like this one. We're going gift heavy, though. We're very low on modifiers, and so that means we don't have any major multipliers, which is really too bad. We're short in 6 tile score, 0 points. We don't care about that. We're actually totally in the clear most of the time. Anyway, we have a D and G ending. We have feasting already. That leaves us very vowel heavy, though. So if we can do something that dumps more vowels, I would prefer that. Like an IFIES ending. And, or even just, oh, we don't have a, oh, we do have a U for like Eugenie. That might be okay, just to rebalance the vowels a little bit. I don't know that we want to use the 6 for the E here until we get some things like multipliers in. And of course, the 10 tile bonus for 6 is kind of outweighed by just stretching out a little bit, so. We'll take a look at this a little further. I think I like that play just because, you know, we're very vowel heavy at the moment, but, and partly because we added all the extra E's. And then, you know, you have aerating, aeration, aerations if you want. There might be something that is similar that can get you even further. Figuration. I don't know if figuration is actually good. Configuration would be good, obviously. I also don't know if we want to jump the S on it for the additional one. It leaves us with all vowels. That's my concern with it right now, and so but it's hard to pass up on the extra 15 on the S, just to play a little bit greedy here. Leaves us with 4 E's and an A, but that's okay. This actually was a reasonably balanced draw coming out of that. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. I already see some things like heptane, phaeton, phonate. We have a lot of 7s. The thing about 7s is that 7 tiles would give you only +5, 6 tiles gives you +10, so there's like 6 tile plays are actually better than 7 tile plays unless the 7th tile adds 5 or more points. And so that's something that we should keep in mind. And, but of course we can always stretch out with the S. With any of the plays that we've seen so far. And I see elephants. And of course we can empty S on to stretch it out further, although, you know, I don't think we're necessarily getting 200 on this turn. What we want to do is we want to make sure we can get within striking distance of 200 on the next turn, and I'm going to see if we can have something similar to that. I see telephones. Telephones stretch out even further. And again, I don't know if we want to keep the E in the pocket, but if we're going to be one more play away from drawing out of the round, it's better for flexibility, I suppose, even though we don't have multipliers and won't be getting new multipliers, that we just spend it now before things get recycled into the bag. So let's be greedy about that. Let's just spend it and see what we get. Yeah, so we're within 50 points. We should get out of this one fine. I see cannery. Again, it's actually 1 point worse than canner, so we see exacts, which, and we don't quite have extract, but we have oh, we do, in fact. Oh, no, we don't. We don't have a second T. But we don't have inexact or unexact. We have waxers. We do have rewaxes as well, but again, the extra tile is a disadvantage more than anything. I would like to keep the S going into the next turn if we can, just to have it available heading into the next round, but again, you know, we also have wanker. I don't think that scores enough. We need 50. So yeah, that isn't nearly enough because we would need, you know, 40 face value. We can think about the W-A-R-E ending, where is often very good. T-A-R-Y ending is good as well. So nectary, for instance, but again, not an advantage over just a 6 tile, and not an advantage over just a 6 tile play. Reawaken. We don't have a second A for the reawaken, reawoken. Awakener, awakened. We can try reawakened. I really don't think it would be good though. I think it has to be. Yeah, I really don't think reawaken is good, but I could always be wrong, and we don't know this dictionary necessarily either. So we might as well try it if we know that it's going to get us over, and it will. It's 35 bonuses, definitely over 15 for the rest. It is good, so we'll take it. It does leave us stuffed on consonants, but then we're going to have to redraw into the fresh bag over here. If two adjacent tiles share the same letter, both score double. I find that setting this stuff up is very fussy. Glass duplicate is very good because it gives you a length extender. Fourth tile will score 3 times its points. Well, that's something a little more permanent. Fourth position is maybe a little bit more difficult to set up than something like second position, which we love to take. But this might be a better long-term investment because this is kind of a one-time thing to get you over the line with points sometimes. Yeah, we're very short on multipliers in general, but we'll go with that. Okay, we have stuff like Calyx that does put the Y down in a pretty decent spot. I would like to get rid of the Q when we can, but I don't think it's going to work this term. Calyx is actually going to be better than Calyx, I think, because Calyx is going to have the +8 here and +5 here, so that's +13. Calyx is going to have a +16, which is slightly better, but then it stuffs us with the Y still, which is maybe not that great. Yeah, in general, this turn is significantly held back by lack of vowels. So we might even take a slight point sacrifice just to get rid of some things, you know, with something like Calyx. But I mean, it is possible to maybe just try to do a very vowel heavy, or sorry, consonant heavy play. We can find something with the Y. We don't have something like Scammy, unfortunately. Scary might not be too bad, but yeah, currently I'm thinking Calyx for Calyx. Calyx is slightly down in points, but it gets rid of the Y when we are in pretty big trouble. We can also use the redraws, but we're still on 3 redraws because we haven't been doing selling or anything yet. If I can find a 6 that has something very similar, that would be nice, but again, we're just so stuffed right now that At least we'll get some better valve draws later. And of course, we made the bag slightly more constant heavyweight-wise as well. And yeah, first and third on your thesis, Derbyshire Visor. Derbyshire Visor, I don't know if you're in the German system for your name or the UK system, but I'm familiar with like the UK system, like the double first or first and second, etc. Because that's kind of what I came from. But yeah, I actually didn't know if you're in something like the German system what their evaluation is. But congratulations, by the way. I hope the thesis defense was at the very least fun. I think it's important for these things to be fun, or at least feel fun after the fact. So we have multi... No, I think we just need to go calyx. We need to eat the points here and just dump consonants. It's too bad that we can't do a little bit better on this spot with the X, or stretch that out to an additional spot. Now this is diamond tile. We'll leave this here until we actually want to use it. We're going to leave it for as long as we... We're going to leave it for as long as we can, in fact. We might even have a long enough game that this gets up to the 99-point achievement, if we want to go for that. Criminate or something. But we also have the QU pair that's available for us here. You know, for something like this, it would be nicer if we could hit the Q over here, but then of course you wouldn't have the 6-tile bonus. But a 6-tile bonus might not matter because you get plus 20 from the Q, whereas I want to see... Oh, we don't have Quinol. I actually don't remember what Quinto has got. I know Quinta. Quinto might not be. But again, we don't know this dictionary, so... but essentially you would get the plus 10 here, plus 2 here, plus 4. So it's actually worse if you're going for the 10-point bonus than just going sync. But then if we can have sync something else, that would be good. Or con... unfortunately, we don't have like an E for conquest or something similar. Yeah, always feels weird to keep the U and play off the Q when you have the U available. We're gonna... I don't think Quinto is good. So Quint with an A and with an E is good. I mean, this game just lets you try things, but the thing is, this also spends all our vowels, and we're kind of in a bad position for doing that. We can also do squint or squirt if we want to burn with the S. And again, this gives you, you know, extra 12, extra 14, rather than just playing off the Q. I think we just play this. I feel like we're going to get a better play next turn if we do it. Unless we find something really, really good using the QU. I'm going to take a look at this closely just in case, because, you know, drawing the QU together is nice. Yeah, we don't want to play the Y, so we're not doing something like Squinty. We want to let this bank, so... I see... no, we don't have quorum. No. Let's just... Whoops. Let's just take it. It's a bit of a rebalancing play. It does kind of burn that turn with a small play. But we might be in a better position for something like this. Walters. We also have the over prefix, which is always good. I'm looking at this and thinking about whether we have something that would be a little bit better. I think we should just take it. Throw it to the bag. Yeah, we're definitely kind of feeling the lack of multipliers now, that we're down to 15 plays, and it might be a little bit tight if we don't bank up a lot better with multiplicative effects going into later turns. Anyway, a little bit heavy on the A's right now. We might have to burn that Y too early, but if we can put the Y on this spot here. So diamond tiles get +5 when not submitted, but then does that calculation take place before the 3 times? If it does, then this is actually good. It just means that we won't necessarily be going for the bigger achievement to get this up to 99. But we have the other diamond Y coming at some point. It's just that we're in a situation right now where we definitely feel starved for points. And I think maybe it's important to know the mechanic now. Like, know... Well, let's think about the order. Either this is 12 plus 10, 22 on this tile, or it is 14 times 3 and 42. So either this is worth 22, either this is worth 42. And maybe it's important that we figure that out now before we have any critical guesses later on. If we draw into some eyes, we start getting stuff like marinating going into the next turn as well. So I think we're going to take this. We're going to watch the Y carefully when it runs the score across to see is it 22 or is it 42. 42. Okay, good. So diamond takes priority before the 3 times. That's important to know. And like I said, we have... oh, we don't have marination. Marination. Okay, fine. But... And we don't have a second P for apparition or something. But we do have... you know, we have tampering. We have... almost certainly something better than that. But we just need to get over the line for 80. So let's just take a look. I don't think this gets over the line. We need a lot more than that, but we'll consider that once we know where we're sitting right now in terms of how far we are. 35 here. 45, 50, 55. Yeah, burning a lot of plays on this set of rounds. If we can... So we're at 45... Yeah, that's not really nearly good enough. But we need to go a lot longer, I think, to really do much better than that. Can we do something with anti-operate? No. But we... operating... is not better than tampering. It's worse. But if we have something with TION, peregrination, no, we don't have that, but pagination, we don't have the other N. Germination. Ah, come on. Well, let's take a look at this because I feel like there is some potential here. Three. Migration, emigration. That's a little better. Probably doesn't get us over the line, but let's see how close we are. So you get 20, 40, and the Ollie Molly, welcome back. 20, 40, 50 in bonuses. So we need 30 in face value. Do we have that? I don't think we do, but 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We'd be 13 points off. I think we have to take it, and then we can do the sort of setup idea for a big play going into round 7. I think we have to take it, unless I can find something slightly better. So Emigration is the candidate right now. Yeah, you're still in easy mode with this game. Easy mode's pretty gentle. Like the normal mode isn't much of a bump off of easy, to be honest. It's very gentle in terms of the way it adjusts the numbers. And, you know, we don't have permutation. There's a lot that you can do just by kind of playing the game side of the game rather than the word side of the game to get yourself over. Right now, we're actually pretty disadvantaged in this run. We don't have good multipliers at all, so I've really had to stretch out with some of the words. So this is going to put us about 13 points short if I calculated this correctly. Oh, I actually miscalculated. Yeah, no, 13 points short. That's exactly what it is. Okay, so, but that gives us some flexibility, because what it means is that we can just do a tiny play here and try to set up the next turn. So what we're going to do is we're going to take some time to solve what the turn after this one is potentially going to be. And we'll try to have a good play available, or at least close to available. And then we play something small here to get us over 13. So that's a strategy. So for example, you already have something like deviate is not that great, but we're going to leave the Y, of course, so it can accumulate the diamond points. But the fact that we have deviate, I mean, again, 7s are not better than 6s with this bonus in play. So we're very heavy in vowels though, so I almost think that we should just do something like a pay. Oh, we can even put the other E on the 6 timer. But we want to do something very, very minimal. Like, what about Ubia? Can we get 13? 7, 8, but then we replace this. This kills the deviate idea, but we don't particularly like the V, because the V gets you into difficulties later. This also keeps way too many E's. That's the thing I don't like about it. So, you know, even something like Epay might be better, because then we leave ourselves a little bit of flexibility. It's just that maybe it's just Scrabble thinking that I always try to get rid of using V's. But, you know, if you just dump something like this will definitely get over more than we need, in fact, and then we have a bit more flexibility in the next turn. I just don't like keeping the V. But let's just punch it in and see what we get. And yeah, you found out about this game by the previous stream. Thanks for watching. It is quite a lot of fun. The reason we know about this game is because the creator of it has an exceptionally popular and influential YouTube channel that largely covers game design in the kinds of games that we like to play. So, you know, he's a very good explainer of many of the same ways that I think about game design and various genres. So it was kind of a natural intersection of interests here for him to have created a word game, given that my other background is in Scrabble. So, increases by 2 whenever you re-roll the perks. But then that burns plays. I don't know if we want to burn plays when we're this tight. But we never really use the refresh much either. But basically, this lets you sacrifice plays to get points. I think that's a bit risky, given that plays are a very limited currency in this particular set. I think the best one here is actually the additional tile, because it gives you more flexibility to play. But again, we have no multipliers, that's the problem, and that's really going to kill us in later rounds if we don't pick that up quickly. We have no multipliers whatsoever, apart from this thing here. We once again have something like Matt, so it would be better if we have something that will finish that has a 6. Something like ZED. Amazed is good. Actually, amazed would be great. It would be amazing. I don't know which one would burn to E here. We want to save to E for the multiplier here if we can get it. So we're actually going to take point sacrifice here just to save to E for future multipliers. I think that's the way we should be doing it. Obviously, if we have something even better with something like an IZE ending, we should take it. But I like Amazed as the best play at the moment. I'm just trying to see if we have something that is significantly longer to make up for not having the Z in this position. Because we have the OUT start that's available as well. It's actually still available after a display. I think we have to take it. I think we could optimize for a longer play, but this gets you a decent number of bonuses. And yeah, about 50 points a turn isn't going to cut it, though. We need to start getting up into the hundreds. We're pretty close to what we had earlier when we played Bourgeoisie, but we don't have to S for that. I see vibrate, not vibrator, just vibrates. We don't have a second B for abbreviate. We don't have enough E's for that anyway. Keeping something like IG is probably okay. Bravo, but we would like to go longer if we can. Oh, we actually do have a second B. What am I talking about? A brev, but then, you know, we don't have something like ION for abbreviation, for instance, which is the issue with something like that. Vibrato, I like better than vibrate because we don't burn the E. Because that at least gets rid of some drag. I would like to do better than that if we can. Over is always a good way to start. But we don't really see a very good selection coming out of that. I think something like vibrato might be okay. It would be better if we can land like something like a 6-letter word V on the 4th position. Like Hoover. It does burn the E over here. It might even be better. Yeah, because it's better to save the E for this spot if we can do it, but this is still reasonable. It gets us some bonuses. Not fond of what we're keeping out of that, though. Let's compare Hoover and Vibrato here. Vibrato's going to score less, I think. Because Vibrato, in terms of bonuses, you get +2 here, +15 here. That's +17. In terms of Hoover, you get kind of +12, +22 in terms of bonuses, but slightly better face value on it. Yeah, because the other one has 5 more in bonuses and slightly more face value due to the age. Actually, no, same face value, in fact, because you get, well, no, plus the E. Let's just go Hoover. Okay, this is getting a little bit better. I see beauties, which is kind of a beauty. It actually spends both of those E's. I think we can probably do even better than that. Got to do obesity. We don't want to spend the Y just yet until we really have a good reason to do so. I think beauties might be decent, at least. At least we get some length bonuses, plus spending some of the E's. Even though we're not getting bonuses off the E's, that's one of the unfortunate things about it, is that I'd rather save these for multipliers. Let's see what we can get with boat. Something boat. I don't think with so many vowels we're going to get that. Nice thing about beauty is it does so many vowels. Outbeats probably. Outages. Yeah, I'm thinking about something like anything with a double B or something with... no, I think we take beauties. Yeah, this is a little bit ugly here, but if we get an N that solves the I and a G fairly nicely. We're really not scoring well enough, though. I can see, you know, when you don't get multipliers, this is a bit of a struggle. It's not even 50 points on that. So something like this, we're already thinking gelled, but then if we can do something again with golfed, that would be better, but we have the ITY ending if we want to eventually burn the Y, but again, with the Y over here, we want to bank it up for the multiplier, I think. And then have this massive killer turn, because right now, if you have Y here, it's 24 by 3. I think we want to let this accumulate. We're just so lacking in multipliers. We need mega plays at critical moments. But it does mean that we have Bijou, but it doesn't quite reach with J. We actually do have Feijoa. Oh, and that's a 6, and it lands a J. Oh, I like that. That's best. That's pretty decent. That's still not great in terms of total. It's still going to be kind of 50-ish, even with the plus 10 over here. And if I can get something way bigger, I would like to do so, but I don't think it's necessarily going to happen this turn, so. Yeah, we're kind of doing 50 per play. It's just not good enough with this kind of benchmark right now. We need multipliers, and we need them fast. Burglary. No, we only have one R. And of course... Well, I mean, with 153 points here, with a 25 here, at 29 it would be. The Y is by itself worth 87 if we land on this mod. But I think we want to continue banking. That's assuming that we actually survive that long. Blowout, no, we only have the 1-0. But without, what do we have here that we can use with that? Yeah, how are we so short on E's? We've got so many E's in the pool, too. Aridity, again, that burns the Y. Yeah, guilty. We're still thinking in terms of the Y. We need to do without it. We don't want to reshuffle because we're trying to bank the Y. And so this might just be a particularly rough round for us until we start drawing multiplier perks. Something boat is still potentially available. We don't quite have gunboat. Tugboat. And that's alright. You get the 3 times over here. Plus 5 here. It kind of makes up for not playing a 6 instead. If we can do something a little bit better in there to put that even further up, that would be nice. I see sometimes you have girl as a suffix. Boat girl, not really. I think we're going to go tugboat. Again, these all feel really weak. Look at that, only 31. We're way behind pace, let's say. However, this play over here, we need 122, we can get it. Because we have potentially some things that we can do for length, we have potentially some things we can do with the Y now. Or even just with a W over here, and we have a lot of flexibility, IES, ING, etc., etc. Can you redelete something? I don't think so. You can't read. Well, we don't have the way to do it anyway. But we have towering, restowing. I'm not confident on that. We don't want to punch it in unless we have taken the time to search. Out something-ing. Out wielding. I don't know if you can outwield something. That does put the W here, though. We should think about outwielding or outwelding. I don't know if the bonuses are sufficient here. Let's see. 30 off of here. 40, 50, 60, 65. We don't have an N for... Oh, we actually do have unwieldier. Unwieldiest, in fact. It doesn't put the W in that spot, though. So I'm going to try outwielding first. I don't necessarily think it'll go, but then failing that, we'll try unwieldiest. I'm not confident in this. No, didn't think so. We could do outwelding, but I'd rather do unwieldiest. I don't think this guess is over, but again, we want to get within striking range and just try to get multiplier perks. Within 40, okay. I'm a little concerned now, actually. I can see how quickly this escalates if you just don't draw the right bonuses, but we're early enough in the run that, you know, if we really kind of crash out, we'll definitely take a second poke at it. Work is something that goes well by itself. I mean, even something like worker is going to hit for 40. We don't even need to burn this E. Because this will be 15 here, 25 here, 35 here, and you have enough face value to get you over. I think we actually are going to do something like that because, of course, yeah, because we want kind of a minimal play that leaves us with something good to work with in the next turn. And it will probably be something like that. Unless we do something like plow or... No, I think we want to get rid of W and K and just... Like, we're keeping ING, we're keeping the SH combo, we're keeping an E. This, you know, we have, you know, ship, etc. Workmanship, we don't have the M for that, but that would have been interesting. But we just want to get over the line to draw a perk. I did calculate this correctly, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to have something decent over here now, I think. Hold one tile and refresh all the others actually works well if you're stacking the Y, but when an upgrade is fully used up, gain a refresh. We haven't been using refreshes, we don't care. I think we need the points right now. Even though, once again, we have no multipliers. Maybe one of the things that makes Ultramarathon difficult is maybe it de-emphasizes multipliers. Maybe there's something different about the card pool per difficulty that we haven't picked up on to this point. I don't think so. I think it's just random. Because we had an easier run on Legendary than we did on Hard, simply because we were loaded with multipliers. I think we clearly take this. Okay. For sure we have something decent here, but it's a pretty high threshold. I see something place. And so we do something placed. I see something with hole. I see things with phone. Colophon. No, we don't have cellophanes. And no, we don't have the second L for that. Cephalopod. No. No. Encephaloid, encephalid, encephalid, encephaloid, encephalus. No. We do have the ing ending though. We should. I see cheapening. Oh, cheapening. Maybe we can do something a little bit. So cheapening is the best by length that we have so far. It doesn't really take advantage of any point bonuses, but if we have something like play as the first play, then play something something. Day station. No, not really. So yeah, cheapening is the best that we see so far. I might be able to do better. It's too bad because, you know, this kind of prefix or something, you know, cephaloid, whatever, that has promise, but I just don't think we have it. However, cheapening keeps the S. It's really not bad. Actually, we get a pretty good leave coming out of this play, so maybe we just need to take it. 13 plays remain, so I am a little concerned just from lack of multipliers, but we're doing 80 plays, you know, at that pace, we might be able to do pretty decently. Like to get over that, it would be kind of 6 plays to burn through this round. And then again, we're trying to keep the Y as a killer at some point. Having the X here would be good if we can do it. Also, again, with just a Q play here, but that would be pretty small just to, you know, get rid of the Q mostly. If we can do something, also we have the other Y now, so we can potentially do something with that. I was thinking civilly, but we don't actually have the second I for that. Yeah, I'm reluctant to just burn through a play like this for only 30 something. It does dump the Q, but again, we just have no multipliers to take advantage of that, so we should just try to be a little more greedy about it, perhaps. We don't have the K for the klaxon. That would have been wonderful. Laxity? No, we don't have that. Yeah, I'm thinking about X in this position. Calx. I think calx is just a noun though. Let me think about this. X something, no. We don't quite have something for excavate or anything like that. I think we want to rebalance out the Q. I hate burning play for this when we're so far down. But the idea is that if we just wait enough turns, if we're kind of desperate, then we spend the Y. I'm kind of banking the Y right now. If this is potentially a losing run anyway, we want to bank the Y for the diamond achievement. Do we have any sub-goals? Dr. Cliché, there is a... if you're asking for, you know, other things that we're going for other than the win, as opposed to subscriber goals in a channel, there is an achievement to run this thing up to 99. It gains 5 per turn until it hits 99. Because it doesn't hit 100, apparently. And then we dump this on this multiplier, and then we can kind of do a massive killer play for one turn. We might even want to save that for round 10 if we get there by then, because what is it? We have... well, we have like maybe 11 moves left without using this. So at least we know we'll get this for sure before we totally collapse. But... And... yeah, Dr. Cliché, of course, Logger, the only thing that can kill a Vindaloo. Speaking of which, since I'm trying to do this for the achievement, you're welcome to call out your plays after I missed them, potentially would be better. Just so I can stay with the conversation. I really don't like keeping all this stuff in the back, but yeah, because, you know, this is not bad, but I feel like we need a rebalancing play instead. And either that or something that's going to hit the X over here. But yeah, no, we're just going for the clear. This is our first time in Ultramarathon. The requirement for the points ramps up pretty considerably, and the major hindrance to us right now is that we just do not have multipliers. We're so short in multipliers, we just haven't picked them up at all. And so, you know, we have some things like X cells that we want that extra 10 on the 6 cell play, but I think we just want to try to rebalance this term and this turn and try to get us over. But yeah, coxate, coxal, coaxial. No, we don't have the coaxed. Okay, that's best. That's best, because then we get this bonus. We get 10 bonus. We get the X bonus. I like that. That seems like a decent quality play. The issue is we still sit on a queue dragging the bag, but... And right now I don't want to refresh because we are holding the Y. Maybe we should have taken that perk to kind of prevent one refresh, but right now we need the points. We're taking it. Yeah, our pace is just not sufficient right now. But we do have the QU at this point. And we do have things like Quivery. Of course, you know, the +9 on the Y is a point worse than the +10 without it, but we actually do want to potentially undouble the Y. It does blend the V here, which is nice. We don't have something like sequential, unfortunately. In West, we don't have something like Inquisitor, Inquisitory. Questioner, we don't quite have it. Quivery is probably best in terms of just straightening out the bag a little bit. Very consonant heavy, actually. I'm still going to look at this just a little longer, but we actually probably should prioritize dumping some of that stuff. So yeah, I don't think we're doing better than this in terms of like management. Too bad that we're scoring so few points on it. We just have, again, no multipliers, so, you know, 50-point plays per turn just does not do the job. Okay, we can actually start banking both Ys now, which is great, because then we have at least something to multiply going into later turns. So let's ignore the Ys for the moment. If we're really desperate to clear this round now, we can spend this and just bank up the other one for the achievement, because we've got lots of time. I'm actually seriously considering it, because currently it's worth 55. 59 rather, 59 by 3. You get 179 off of that, which, again, without any further multiplier, doesn't get you over the line yet. I'd rather just bank it until we actually have a play where we know that's just going to get us over. But we have quite a lot that we can do over here. It's funny because we do have stuff like fent and nil. If we want to burn the other y. But if we're going for length, then we burn the other y. We don't burn this y. We need to save it for multiplier. Yeah. And then... Yeah, I see softener. Do we have... No, do we have the ease for that? Yeah, we do. Softeners also goes. Fellatio. No, not really. But we have fillated. That plate kind of totally blows, though. I think we can do a little better than that. If we have something like self... I'm just looking at that as a potential avenue. Kind of like fentanyl, but it does burn one of the Ys that we're trying to back up. It's good in terms of management, though. If we can do something... we also have the LESS ending. I feel like that's something that we should consider. Just let's punch it in the corner here for a moment. NESS ending is also good. Yeah. Flat. No, I was thinking like flatteners or something. We don't have the N, or rather the T's for that. Kind of attached to display with the other Y. But again, it's actually only 9er though. I really think we should stretch up beyond that. If we can get something just a little bit better here. And particularly like TORS ending, TERS ending. Well, you can have a fillators. Well, that's a 9. We can try it. Here we go, and then we continue working on the Ys. Oh, Dr. Cliché, you suggested that one as well, along with Fontanelle. Yeah, good call. Yeah, 56 in that one, could have been better. But again, we're trying to bank this up. We're really down in plays though, so we need to start actually using some of this stuff. At this point, we can probably get some kind of Y play that gets close to it, but I see imagery, I see something moisting, mastering. Oh, we don't kind of have dismantling, do we? Dismantling. I like that. Puts the M here, gets us decent bonuses. It isn't going to get us 235, but it might get us within one play. Redismantling? I doubt it. We'll try it. I doubt it, though. Didn't think so. Let's just go with that. And yeah, once again, last time we played Amazed in a very similar situation. I don't think it's going to quite get us over, though. This is a play where we might want to start thinking about using at least one of the Y multipliers to just get through the turn, because again, 8 plays remaining, we're not in a good spot. Amarone, we have something to phone ending. We have... So let's score Amazed first, because then we know what kind of baseline we're working with. This doesn't get you nearly 143, but I just want to check that we would have under these circumstances. Let's just check this as the base score just to see what we're dealing with. 35, 38, 48, 58, 63. So that gets you about halfway. Now, if we're able to Oh, too bad that we can't quite get over with this. Well, let's think about this, because we have N for Amarone 3. Also, head is something we don't quite have headphone, unfortunately. Headman, but we can do a lot better than that. Let's see, Panzer, but it has the same problem as a maze. It just doesn't get you much more than halfway. Reopened. Let's take a look at this just to score it in comparison. 143, we're not anywhere near that. Again, just going to take a look at here, because the thing about this is that if we draw something into an S or a D, then we know that amazed. So we would keep amaze, right? And so the idea behind it is that if we draw a D or an S going into the next turn, which is 3 out of whatever chance, that's not great, but maybe a mazer. Or even if we draw a T into Hamzat, or Hazmat. No, Hazmat, not Hamzat. Hazmat, that doesn't work. Okay. Well, we know that we're trying to set up in such a way that if we don't get 143, we wanted to at least guarantee a win in the next turn. And so, let's see. 10 here, 12. And then 17 face value, 25 bonus value. It's pretty weak. But knowing that we have something like Reopened available if we... or even just Reopener, maybe. Available if we draw into a tile. It might be defensible to play this and then try to get a little closer. Now, even if we have something like Maisie, well, we're not using that one, but let's just sample this, for instance. I was thinking of, you know, something like Azyme or something else that would somehow force the Y into position here for something that is a little bit longer. So for example, if you had this is 14 by 3, this is 42 by itself. Again, no multipliers on the side. That's just, yeah, hampered. This is a little bit better. Let's take a look. Again, this is still an 8 though, so it's pretty similar to what we were looking for. Looking at earlier. Dampener. No, we're still looking at 8s. So close to something like ampersand. I guess with that S equals Z thing, we could have had like ampersand or something, but let's just get a ballpark for this. This is kind of 25 here. 35, 39, 40, 47, and then not much else, like mid-50s. I think Amaze is actually still best, because like we keep tiles that still potentially give us a lot of options for the next play. And so we'll just try to clear it for sure on the next play, and we can probably at least guarantee that with an additional bonus on the weaker of the two Ys. I don't like that we can't get over the line this turn. But we need to start getting final score multipliers if anything's going to happen. So yeah, I guess it's with an 80. This is over here, over something bone. I'm not going to believe it. Ampersand is in column. Wow. So it actually was good. I had no idea. Again, a 9 like that. That was totally available. Ampersand. Wow. I've got to keep that one in mind. I don't know when we'll get a chance to show that off. Like maybe we play it through ZA or something. Oh, you saw Eye Opener, huh? Yeah, I was reluctant to burn the Ys though, because like we're trying to stack the Ys so I can... Because I'm getting into multiplier trouble for later turns, and so I'm just trying to survive long enough that we can let the Ys stack as close as we can without losing. But... we don't quite have like Bellerophon. No, that wouldn't be good anyway. I see Reproven. I don't think it guesses over 80 though. We need to remember that E in this spot is actually decent and outscores a lot of other things that we can do. I'm looking at pre, I'm looking at over, I'm looking at potentially we just dump the Y here for something simple like pray. And we just spend it now to guarantee that we get over. If we don't find something that we guarantee we'll get over, then we spend the Y now. This is 19 by 3. And well, let's guarantee first of all that, so for example, if we put vary, not this one, just as an example, I'm not committing this yet. So this by itself would be 19 by 3. That would be 57. 63. Not quite, but then possibly we can do something else that would actually get us over just by adjusting a little bit. And it's got the +4 off of this as well. +4 off of this as well. I don't know if you can be a prayer or you have to be a predator, but... So let's take a look at the over again. Over hoop, no. Over... Yeah, what was the thing we were considering earlier? It was reproven. Let me just score this quickly, just to see what we're dealing with. 25 here. This is nowhere near what we need. Nowhere near. And if, yeah, we might actually have to do this turn, but I'm just trying to think about how we can actually do that in a way that makes sense. Something I. We don't have something like Oxeye, that wouldn't fit anyway. Actually, Oxeye would have put the Y there, but we don't have that. I mean, we could just use this for score. Even if it's not on the multiplier, maybe we can do something else that would... So, I don't know if you can do hovery. I don't think it actually is good, but like if you put this on. Reverb. Let's try this. Reverb with E here. Let's try this. Okay. We want to just get barely over the line if we can. I don't think this hits. This is too short, but let's say we have 18 here. 20, 25, 28, 38. 48, 52. And yeah, we actually did redraw an eye opener, didn't we? Let's see. I don't know if this guesses over though. I guess it has some decent number of bonuses. 19 here does get close to distance quite a bit, because you get 20 in this spot here, 20 here, 30, 40, 50, 55. And then, yeah, you get some tiles off the E as well. I'm going to remove the E. Oh, we would use one of those anyway, and we could potentially use 2 of them. So we actually need to get within 76 base score. So if we have a 20 here, and then 30, 40, 50, 55, then we need 21 from the rest. Do we have that? With this, 12, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21. This might be exactly a hit. This might be exactly what we need. Let's calculate this again just to be absolutely sure, because I don't want to be short a point or something. 20, 26, 29, 38, 41, 41, 45, 50, 60, 70, 80. I mean, we see it. I would prefer to. Well, no. I mean, we might as well just burn it if our only other consideration is spending the Y anyway. Yeah. Let's play the correct one. And do we have both of the E's in play? Yes, we do. That's critical. We don't want to make that mistake of retyping and missing one of the E's. Okay, this should hit exactly. Let's calculate and see if we have it. You were saying that prayer is something we should have tried. I actually didn't really finish calculating that, did I? Maybe that would have been fine. Yeah. I should have kind of calculated that one properly, because I guess with a 57 off of the prey, and then you get plus 7 to 67, and then you need 13 from the res, and so 9 from the rest. Actually, prayer would have worked. But again, you know, we were burning the Y anyway, so. What do we have in the pool right now? Well, at least we have like IST, and we have things like beauties again. We don't want to do this. This is terrible. We don't get the manager to leave with this. This is great. We might be a bit late in the game for it. But this is great because we can start building multiplier. So we had a wonderful time with this one. We picked it up much earlier in yesterday's. Now, this is an incentive to play 7s, though. So, you know, this bonus kind of conflicts a little bit with this one. And they don't synergize. But I guess this is kind of a fallback in case we are reduced to 6. But basically, we want to convert as much of the bag as we can. At this point, it's a little bit late, but I think this is by far the best in this selection. Of course, we do beauties to convert to U, which is not great. Like, we want something relatively high frequency. We might even want to put it on one of the special E's. Oh, no, beauties, actually, no. Beauties puts it on one of the E's. We can put it on one of the special E's and then convert that one to golden. Because then every time we draw into it, we have the potential for a multiplier with that. So currently thinking of this. Beautifies. No, we don't. We have beautify if we want to burn that, but we don't want to burn that. So I'm thinking probably beauties, but we have heaviest, heavy set, maybe. Well, heavy set. Putting the heaviest is actually not too bad. here either with the S in this position, because S is something that we know we can very often just tag on as a multiplier if we need to use it. So I'm thinking either that or, well, let's do it by leave. Beauties keeps the V, which is not great, and we would swap the E over to this position if we do that. Doesn't multiply as well. It does keep OVER. Speaking of which, over... But, you know, I tend to overrate that. Because we have, you know, overheat and all that, but we tend to massively overrate that, I think. Between that, so, of course, you know, if we ever want to really stretch out, we can do overheats, but I think at this point we should convert either this E or the S. So beauties leaves you with this stuff. What was the other thing we were talking about? Heaviest leaves you with this stuff, and we keep E's for potential bonuses on this spot. I like this better. And convert the S. We want to convert something every turn. We want to try to play minimum 7 every turn. Your grandfather used to always order beefeater on the rocks. Yeah, the beefeaters, that's a good one actually. That are of course also the destination for the guards at the Tower of London. You assume tiles can only have one buff at a time. I think the score buff is separate from the color buff. The color buffs are exclusive. But score, so every time you see something in a corner here, I think that's something that is a separate kind of bonus. So I think maybe the point value and the tile effect actually does stack. But you can't stack like gold on emerald or emerald on diamond or something like that. And there's one called potion that we haven't even seen yet. I have no idea what it is. Maybe it refreshes place. But we have never seen that effect, so. Okay, I see a couple of things already. I'm thinking of the sort of OUR ending gibber rather. We don't have the A for fajita. We have feijoa again if we want to go back to it like we did before, but of course we don't reach the gold, and that would be not a bad one for score, but we've got 9 plays remaining. We're a little tight on budget. We would have to use one of these E's as well. But if we want to dump the J for score, that is obviously an option. Tubbier. Then we exchange in the Y like that. The R like that, for instance. I mean, we need to survive long enough for the golden tiles to actually take effect, right? Like, we can try to change them in every turn, but we fundamentally need to survive long enough. And when the Y gets up to 99, we'll dump it. And maybe if we get up to 99, then that would be worth 103, I think. And then that by itself and a 3-timer here would be worth 309. And so if we can do that, once we get within 300, we'll just play the Y and just blow through the rest of this particular sequence. Oh, yeah, no, we had to spend that E. That's fine, that's fine. So if I golded that Y with an upgrade Joker rather than playing it, would it keep the 80 bonus? I actually don't know. They reset when submitted or refreshed. I'm not sure, actually, that if you give it a different effect, whether it keeps the existing stack. We haven't tested it. I don't want to test it in this particular round. Do we have Jingoism? No, we don't. We have something else, still. We have UNG. We have out. We don't quite have outweighting. Out. No, we do have the jet prefix. Yeah, basically we want to get up to 300-ish so the Y can rescue us for this round. We don't quite have the L for, or R for jugular. We have... yeah, so I'm currently looking at out prefix. Also, once we spend the Y, then we can use refreshes if we really need to get out of trouble. I think refreshes, you know, we don't use them until we're really, truly desperate. Don't quite have something like journeying. We have out, not outlawing, out. Well, let's think about it as another way. Woofing. We can just do woofing. Just to kill some of that off. Yeah, I think we will at least survive long enough to do the massive Y dump. We need to go 3 more turns. Can't have a sub-woofing here, unfortunately. Can the EP note here? Yeah, I was considering that earlier. I was quite considering specifically that. We have... I'm trying to see if we have something that would be... Yeah, I do want to hit this for golden tiles, even if we're sacrificing the point bonus over here. No. Unkills the end for the ing ending. TION ending, though. Let's consider that. So TION. These tiles don't synergize for this stuff at all. We need to do woofing. We want to diversify the tiles that we do designate as golden as well. 38 points is very weak. That kind of play isn't going to get us over the line. We're going to be in big trouble. Jilted, jutted, unjustly. No, we don't have the end for that. Also, this thing is dead, so we'll sell it for refreshes when we feel like freeing up room. We don't need to do it yet, in case, you know, we can just have it sit there in case it loses some other value later. Jealousies, so we have it. Jalousie, though. Jalousie is good, but we don't... Yeah, so this would be the longest one that we have right now. It does gild the eye. Totalize gets you up to 9. Oh, what is jealousy again in terms of length? It's just 8. Totalize gilds the other E. That's not too bad. Totalized, rather. Let's think about out, just in case we can have out with something interesting. I would like to jump some of the vowels, though. So Totalize is actually looking attractive right now. Again, we might not survive long enough to see a golden tiles kick in, though. That's the worry at the moment. And we're not really making use of a J, but that's okay. Like, we can't be too picky about that, I think. So I'm thinking of jealousy, totalize. Let's actually compare the two plays. Because, well, this is only the 8. So you'd basically, assuming no E there, you'd be losing the, well, comparing to face value, you'd have... yeah, totalized has the D versus a J, so the J is effectively a +6. +6 in exchange for what would be an additional +11. But then you get rid of the J, and then you get this stuff here. And then you gild the I. I think we're going to go totalize to... I guess we already gilded one S, but then, you know, higher probability on it. Whatever. You saw latitudes and altitudes. Yeah, I guess that's similar. That's about 9 on either of them. We have the work suffix prefix again. It's not really going to do much for us here. We have joke. Yeah, we might have to just do a second run just to see if we draw multipliers, because I feel like we are going to die here too, having no word scale multiplication at all. And we see wrecker, home wrecker, no. Too bad, we're actually so close to home wrecker. Like, so close. Homework, no, we don't have the M. Work horse, work hour. I don't think work hour is a single word, but we'll think about it. Still thinking about that ampersand from earlier. Ampersand. Don't really have something like jawbreaker. Yeah, we don't have substitutions either, so. I mean, it could just be that Ultramarathon doesn't give you much in terms of multipliers to begin with, but yeah, because I feel like this is a losing run in the making. We've got 6 plays left. We're way, way down. But if we can get, again, within 300-ish, like low 300s, within the next move or so, then we'll burn the Y. In fact, the Y would be usable next move, if we wanted the achievement. So, what we were doing, we were saying something work. Rework, coworker, coworker. I don't know if we should be saving these E's. We're not actually using them in this mod, but you know, we don't want to be down by a few points just because we're being too stingy about this stuff, but we don't have the R for care worker. Let me see. Oh, actually, yeah, we do. Cookery, cookware is very close to coworker. It's just substituting the O. And then you get the R gilded instead of the E. Not that it really matters too much right now. I guess we haven't gilded any vowels yet. That's a problem when we want to do that. But we probably should prioritize points at this point. It's just more that like we need to start gilding vowels. Otherwise we can't actually combine a lot of those golden tiles in the same word very effectively. I'm just going to pull this off just to see if we can do something a little bit better. Whacker. The whacker. Well, I mean, it's not going to be as good to put into K there for cookware. Yeah, I like cookware. Let's commit. Work hour is good. Yeah, I considered that, didn't I? I was talking about work hour earlier. It's one word. Yeah, it is a one word. Okay. Occasionally we doubt ourselves here when you can just try it, right? But sometimes, you know, I don't want to try prematurely when we could find something better, and then I forget about it by the time we get to it. Oh, you also saw whacker and cookware. Okay. Okay, so jurying. So look at this. This is not going to get us close enough, but it will at least grab the achievement for us before we, you know, get into real trouble. Yeah, because this, as it says, worth like 303. We still, well, we have cheapen in the next move. And that might not get us close enough by itself, though. So I think at this point we have to burn this. Like, we don't know how close we'll be, but it's not going to get better than that because we don't have any word multipliers to go with it and won't this round. So we need to get past this round, hopefully get a word multiplier, then start, you know, redrawing stuff like the J into it. I think this is going to be a losing round. Or losing run. I just don't know how far we'll get. And actually, you know, this is not much better than jury by itself, so let me look at the score on this first, because if we can get, because we could keep cheapening, right? Or even just play first for that matter. Because this would be 303, 313. Wait, no, 309. 319. Let's see if 2 plays together will actually do it for me. Because if we can do... So 319 on the other play, which means we need 115 on this play. Let's take the ease off first and then add as necessary. So let's see... if we can actually get 115 on this one. I don't think we can, that's the issue. It's at 25. But then maybe it's advantageous to keep this anyway because you get 10, 10, 15 as the bonus rather than 5, 5, 5. The main issue with that is that you don't gild the G, but, you know, again, we don't know if we'll survive long enough for that to matter, so... 25, 35, 40, 50 in bonuses. We're not going to get it, though. Like, the problem with cheapening is that you would still need 3 plays. You would still need 3 plays to get out of this round. We don't re-injury. But again, that doesn't take advantage of the Y bonus. We need the Y bonus in order to get out of trouble here. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, the ing on cheapening is better to keep because you get better bonuses. So you do jury and cheapening rather than jurying and cheapen. But then we still need 1 additional play after that, unless we have, you know, some really good draw going into the next one. But it's easier to draw something good going into cheapening than it is to draw something like we want to play jury first for sure, because then we draw into something more flexible here, and then we keep the ing ending for a potentially good extension. So let's take this. This is going to be to try to get in a bit closer, because yeah, again, the extra turn on the golden Hellspawn just isn't going to save us right now with 5 plays remaining. And so we get the big points achievement, at least. Do we get the diamond achievement as well? I guess it just showed 1, but we should have gotten the diamond achievement. Anyway. Unless we needed to stack that further to 99 plus. I should have read the fine print on that, but anyway. So we still have cheapening, but do we have something even better? Expectorating. No. No. Unexchanged. Oh, come on. Unexchanged. I don't think you can unexchange something. We might try it if we're desperate, because that would actually get us. Because that would actually get us over the line. But I think it would anyway. Let's calculate then. Let's calculate what OD is. I really don't think this is good. Like, can you take back an exchange and it's unexchanged? Maybe. We will try it, I think, but before I try it, I want to calculate to see if it actually gets us over. 35, 40, 50 in bonuses here. 25, 30 here. So that's 80 up to this point. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 89. We might still go for it anyway, though. Just, yeah, it doesn't hit, but again, no multipliers. And if you put the ease on, it doesn't help because that's still not enough. Too bad, because something like unexchanged would actually have gotten us over the line, I think. You know, if you put in the big ease. I'm going to try it. No, there's no way. I didn't think so. But, however, you can't do exchanging, though. Exculpating, no X. We may just go cheapening, because if we do it, we retain the possibility of using the X for a play that can finish this easily. Let me calculate this again. We said something about this being 50 in bonuses. This will be 11, 15, 20, 50 in bonuses. That's going to be 70. Then we should actually be able to get in pretty easily here. We might want to use one of the E's here because at minimum we know we have O for the next play. So that would be 24 and 8. That's 32. That would actually still be a little bit off. But if we use something here, if we have... Did I say only 70? That's worse than I thought. But then we go like 75-ish, and we still need to hit 40. So, but then we can have an EAUX, and I don't know. This doesn't look great. Keeps way too many vowels too. So we have cheapening. We have. Oh no, we negated an exchange or whatever that was. So I think we just have to go with cheapening then. We'll dump one of the E's in case we need the points, and then we'll keep one of the E's in case we can use the points for the next turn here. But since we're doing this in 2 turns, we should spend one of them now just in case it helps get us over the line. Maybe. I don't know if that theory really applies. Again, we have no word multipliers, so like none of this stuff helps. Okay. So yeah, we should easily get over here. Even something like this, that easily gets us over because it's 10, 20, and then all that stuff will do it. But we might want to save a play like that. So notice how, you know, this would still kind of hit. If we can save quivered for the next move. However, the next one is going to be round 10. Round 10 is a constraint round. And so this might not even be available to us because it might, you know, force short words first or something, which would be absolutely terrible with 3 moves remaining. Absolutely terrible. Like, that would be the losing round for sure. Unless we kind of get in shape quickly. But yeah, I think we're on pace to lose next round anyway, so... So maybe we want to get just slightly over 40. But then, yeah, again, seeding a tile in there doesn't really matter too much at this point, I think. But But let's see. Let's calculate. 12. 32. 36. So we would need something additional to make up the 4 points. So Quivery would work. Quivered would good. Quivered would actually be slight overkill. But then we get rid of some of the E's that are actually slightly excessive right now. And then we keep this E for when we need it. Well, we don't have... Oh, we do have the... no, we don't have the N for Yankee. Vaquero. If you really want to style play. Obviously, it's just strictly worse than Quivery. That would just be if we want to be fancy and we want to rebalance some stuff. I think we actually want to keep that A, so... Quivery should get us over the line. Quivered... Again, gives us a bit more flexibility, but... Either way, I think we're just going to lose next round, so let's just put in Quiver and see what we draw. We should have gambled on spending plays for redraws, to be honest. This looks terrible. You see, we have no multipliers. Maybe it's just a fact of Ultramarathon that it just doesn't give you multipliers. Gain 2 plays when you skip the perk screen. Well, that's not going to help us this round. But if we do this, then we can start just skipping the perk screen going into the future round. Like if we can actually get the next one down within 6 plays, which will be difficult. That's actually best because we need to save ourselves here. So... But it's 910, you know. Word must include highlighted title, lose 2 plays. Luckily, it's just a D. Yeah, we're going to be dead this round. Like, we need to average a lot more than what we're able to do, and we just do not have multipliers in any sense. Okay. Well, we might as well play this out and see how far we can get. We will have time to try to make a second attempt today. Oh yeah, I didn't actually consider gilding the fancy E because the thing is that we're too close to the wire for it to matter at this point. Like, we're just not going to get the draws. We got the golden buff way too late in the game. Flaxed. We're just trying to go for a little score bonus here, maybe. I feel like we need to go way bigger than this, though. Like, EAUX ending is still potentially there. But we have to use the D, so... We want to keep a balanced lead, so we have the possibility of getting over the line with something on the next play, but... Don't have anything like exfoliated. So close, right? Exfoliated, we have, you know, we're off by an I. Outfoxed. Guild Dizzy. I kind of like this, actually. We keep good tiles to work with. We're probably still going to lose, but... And we don't get the X in this spot, but that's okay. And, let me see. Oh, you saw asexually. Very good. Very good. That's what actually looks a lot better. That would have been much, much better. Yeah, we're flat out going to lose. Because it would have been nice to draw this way earlier. Like, if we draw this really early in the game, and if we're drawing, you know, the kind of direct that we did for modifiers, then that would have at least kept us alive. Now, Surely this is going to give us something similarly, maybe similarly. Similarity? No, similarly. We don't have the F anymore for familiarly. Because actually that would have been interesting. So similarly is possibility. We have ESTs, TIES, ISM. Dissimilar miss something. Miserly, no, of course not. Not long enough. We sidereally, we don't have the D. Similarly, we can kind of look at the LESS ending, NESS ending. Analyzes, and reanalyzes. Reanalyzes. Misanalyzes? No, we don't have the other S for it. Yeah, it gets you some length at least. So yeah, similarly got you up to 9, reanalyzes, gets you a little bit further. Yeah, I'm still looking at ITY ending here. Animality. No. I still think, yeah, the 10 we got was better. What was the 10 again? I don't even remember now. I have like zero short-term memory. Oh yeah, reanalyzes. Anti. No. Reanalyzes. Meta-analysis. Oh no, missed it. I was thinking about analysis too, and I thought, clearly we don't have anything that's going to drop in front of analysis by itself. And then I didn't look at it closely enough. I didn't take the time. Speaking of iSETI, we're not going to have enough time to stack the Y. I guess we could stack the Y as long as possible to save it for the last play, but we're going to die, so. We have... We actually have IZING. You see, now that we probably... I don't think we can do meta-analyze, right? Like meta-analysis, meta-analyze. I mean, it would be fun, but, you know, we don't have the meta-analyze. I doubt it. But if you have a meta-analysis, meta-analyze, maybe. But it feels like meta-analysis is probably just a noun. We try it, but I want to look around a bit more first. Yeah, we're going to do a second run today. I'm going to see if we can actually draw multipliers in this mode, because if you just can't draw multipliers in this mode, then of course it's way, way harder, and then I can see why it's still at 0% achieved. Memorizing, no, metalizing must be good, right? Metalizing. We don't have materializing. We don't have the R. Oh, that actually fits as an 11. I think we still want to save like we're sacrificing points here, but we want to save it for multipliers. We never land that though. We just never get a chance to actually use that. I mean, we're going to lose. Let's see how close we get. Gelatinized, interesting. I actually should see. Yeah, I didn't think so. Meta-analysis as well. Meta-analysis would not have been good. Oh well, too bad. Oh well, I mean, then that way we don't need to feel quite so bad about it, I guess. Overhanded, overheaded, overhead, overman, overnamed, over... Okay. Everyman. Everyman, that would burn the Y though. Pardon, no. Harmon. Well, harmony, but we don't have like anything to kind of get over that point. Manhandle, we don't have the L or the N. We have hampered again like we did on a much earlier turn, but yeah, sometimes you just... I don't think it's that we're drawing the same pool of tiles, but sometimes we see the same words over and over again because that is just a result of what we leave when we play, and then we more easily spot the ones in recent memory, I guess. Oh yeah, this is the last play. Did we forget to use the highlighted tile in the last turn? Did I forget to select because I was typing this and I totally forgot about condition. How are we on one play all of a sudden? Like, I felt like we had more turns remaining. I think I actually forgot to enter the highlighted tile and then we lost 2 plays because I felt like we had more turns. Dr. Cliché, the one and only word that I found that was in this dictionary but not in Scrabble was Halloween. So yeah, we're going to lose this turn. I think I actually failed to pay attention to the condition on the last turn because there's no way we should be down in 1 play. I think we actually did lose to 2 plays. And I probably just had a wrong substitution of a particular letter or something. Just did not pay any attention. Well, okay, so this is just going to be the losing move then. Let's just do hampered and just lose. And then we'll try again, and we'll actually try to get multipliers. This will be my first loss in this game, but, you know, at least we have a challenge, finally. But it might just be an RNG thing, where we just want multipliers specifically, and more, you know, sort of word scale multipliers early, because we have no word multipliers at any point in this game. Not a single one. Never drew 2 golden tiles, never drew anything like that. We had the letter multipliers, but we had 0 word multipliers at any point. And it It would be interesting to investigate whether this is a consistent thing about Ultramarathon or if we were just particularly unlucky. So let's just take the loss and let's just refresh. So this is our first losing screen. And we will play again. The challenge is to find that joker that gives you number of multipliers for EGE and 1,000,000 golds. Well, that's the strategy we went yesterday, right? Because yesterday I was specifically trying to build towards that achievement. Well, I mean, you know, we salvaged something here. We got the 200-point letter achievement. We got the 99 diamond achievement. So we picked up something from this run. It wasn't, you know, 0 progression or something. It's just that those were consolation prizes. When I want to beat this, because like I said, I went into this today seeing that the clear rate for Ultramarathon, as far as the Steam achievements go, is still at 0%. Nobody has beaten this. At least nobody plugged into Steam at a time. In fact, I haven't seen anybody play this. I haven't seen anybody unlock this on video. So we needed to have a sense of it. But I feel like if it is just pure RNG and if we do draw multipliers, we're good. It's just that we had a really bad run of modifiers. For the first little while, we just didn't have modifiers on left. Like we were just going for gifts, I think. So let's play again. Let's see if we can come into this fresh. Again, if we can get over 40 on the first turn, I would like to do so. So let's see if we can do it. We really need to conserve plays as much as possible. So, don't have the V for avarices. We have a lot of IEST vesicants. Do we have? No, we don't have the N. We don't have the R for particles. We Flack. Yes, no, Flacky wouldn't be good. But something eist with the CK maybe. Talkiest. I feel like we can go longer than that. LIKE is also something that could be good. Flat pack. But does this get us over 40? 25. We would need 15 in face value. Do we have it? 5. 15. Yes, we do. Flat pack gets us over. And then this is actually pretty... it's okay to keep. I don't like the VG like that, but maybe we draw an N for it. Yeah, Joker is like a Balatro term, right? Like in terms of the various perks. I haven't actually played Balatro, but I assume that's why that's the kind of terminology for this genre. Increases by 1 when you add a new tile to the letter bag. This, there's no cap on it. It doesn't give us anything this turn. Word multiplier though. Word multiplier. Yes, we want multipliers. We can't always hit them, but... yeah, because we actually don't tend to do too many additions. We can build around it, but I find that kind of polluting the pool is not necessarily where we want to go. We know that multipliers were a weakness in the previous run, so we're going to get it. Okay. Erudite, for instance, you know, it's a final score multiplier, right? So, for example, you know, we would just need 50 with something like this. We don't have 50, but I'm just saying, just as an example. We won't always be able to get it, but if we can get it often enough, that'll be good. Now, if we can get over 100 with this play, we should take the time to search for it. Urethra, maybe? I don't know. Let's take a look. 25. 35-ish. It's not going to get us over. I don't know if E will go, but if urethra doesn't take the E, we'll just go urethra, because that's still going to be a better bonus than the extra here, and maybe that gets us pretty close. So let's see. We don't have over the over. Varieties. I'm just going to see that, like, because it might make up for the lack of the double if we have something close. It's too bad that we won't have to double, but then, you know, if we can compare this to see and how well it does. 35, 40, 45, 47. But we'd beat that just with... So for example, if you... I don't even know if this takes the E, but, you know, we'll think about it for a moment. The... Well, let's just compare urethra first, just in case that one's not good. Then we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 here, 25. This is already 50. So this already beats something like the other one that we were talking about. Like, we were saying varieties or no, we don't have the A for variegates. So we actually should make sure we try to hit, because TIVE, like something ative. Ergative, no, we don't have that. How about ITIVE? How about TISE? I see stuff like Hirsus and such, but, you know, yeah, if it takes actually like such a long word to outweigh this. We'll see if we can get 100. If we can't get 100, you know, we'll take something that will at least set up 2 plays, so we can have kind of a guaranteed 2 plays. Advertise. Hang on. I mean, this is... I want to see if this gets us over 100. It actually should, because we just need 50 base value, right? So it's just 30, 35. Then we need 15 off of this. That's going to be... We're just short. We're just short. 35, and then, yeah, doesn't make it. Let's see. So we're short by how much? Let's see, because this... We also didn't think about the GHT combination. We know that we're going to take 2 plays on this. Well, yeah, that gets us in close enough that we can do something like the, you know, sort of small rebalancing play and then go for big play the following turn. But I would like to see if we can get 100. Because normally we would have, you know, fancy stuff like 80s and such. I feel like this thing is just going to be a massive time trap for us that we're going to spend all day looking for things that will actually fit. And if we can't get it, we can't get it. But we should try to get Something like we hasn't got a modification on durative, like something assurative. No, we don't have a in that. ATE, VIATE, RATE, etc. Vegetate. No, we don't. And there's adhesive get us over. Let's see. This is slightly more points than the other one, right? I don't remember how far down we were. 25. We need 15 base value. So this hits exactly. This is exactly 100. I think. Let's double check this. This needs to be 15 face value here. 10, 15. This is going to hit 100 exactly. We have to take it. No, I miscounted. How did I miscount? How did I miscount? Was that shorter than one of the other words I found? That was with the additional 10. No. Yeah, I miscounted by 10. How did I miscount by 10? Oh, 25 plus 15. Yeah, no. I miscounted that. Yeah. Well, that's okay. Nothing was going to hit anyway then if we didn't have adhesive. Yeah. I was still mentally thinking in terms of how close we were with advertise. I didn't think about that. Oh, well, that's okay. 20 is easy to hit. Let's just try to, you know, do something silly like Volgo or something. I don't know. That doesn't even get us over. I'm just trying to get rid of some things here then. We do have overtly. This would easily get us over. Y doesn't count as vowel because we don't have the effect for it yet. It's a separate card that makes Y count as a vowel. We had used that before in one of our previous runs. We might even not even do overtly. We'll just do overly. Wouldn't it be overly? Do we actually get over the line with this? Yes, we do. 20. Yeah, we'll just do this so we can set up. I mean, ing isn't as useful if we're going for this, but we can't always go for that. Let's just try to reduce turns and. But if we can keep over going into the next turn, maybe that's better because then we can keep it for like a big bonus. Like overture or something over the next turn, you know. And so we just do something very small here, like styling. And then we know at the very least that we'll have something like overture in the next move. When we actually need the points. I don't remember what the next escalation is, but you know, if you have overture, so let's score overture just so we know what we're looking at going into the next move. It would be very similar to adhesive, actually. It would be kind of in a 70-point range, depending on what other bonuses we get. But I actually kind of think that we should keep over just because it's likely to hit this effect. And maybe that's the wrong way to think about it, though. Because if we go overly, then, yeah, the thing is we're actually still kind of constant heavy. And so that might not actually get what we want. It might get like an up prefix, up. And, you know, past a certain point, the length bonus is going to matter more than this. Supervisory. We don't actually have the other support. Oh, holding backspace actually clears the whole board. I didn't realize that. The out is also something that might be something worth keeping. It's just that, you know, I want to see what's going to be least restrictive for the next move. Because at least if you dump this stuff, This will be better for, you know, long plays in general, but knowing that we have Overture gets us a guaranteed play next turn, so let's just go styling. Yeah, I don't really like it, but... Add bonus points equal to the number of upgrades, unused upgrades. Fill any unused... You see, these synergize well. Fill any unused upgrade slot with random common upgrades. This is good now, actually, because we can start getting golden and emerald, potentially, and we want to do it as early as possible. Yeah, this has got to be the one. We've never used this one before, but... Convert emerald, convert golden. You see, we can start getting... things right away. We have Azure right, by the way. And actually still kind of keeps something like Oversee going into the next move. And we are going to dump... Okay, so golden duplicates the word. So we want to use it on things that are used frequently. Emerald duplicates a tile, so we want to use it on things that score well. So emerald we can put on a Z. Emerald is a 1 in 4 chance of scoring 5 times. We won't always get it, but when we get it, it'll be amazing. So we should actually put it on the Z. And we should keep it for big tiles that are actually, you know, usable. So we would probably want to use the other one in the X when it comes up. Golden, we will probably just convert... something like... I mean, vowels would be most flexible. S would also be very flexible because you can always just dump it on something. But we would, if we want to convert golden, we would want to do it. This turn. So we can probably hit 120 this turn. I actually think we can. Look at this just right off the bat. 15. If we have 2 golden tiles, it's going to multiply the whole thing by 2. So if we use both of these immediately, then we can get over by 2. So it would take face value 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Assuming no emerald on the Z, it would still get about 30 over here. 45 by 2. Okay, 90. But that's if the Z doesn't hit. That's a 1 in 5 chance. Let's look at the IZE ending because I feel like we can probably do something much better. Over... So I see operate, I see over 8, I see out. Vaporize? No, but vaporize doesn't start with a vowel. Evaporate. Evaporate. I see evaporate. No, we don't. We don't have the second A. Yeah, we still have the overture idea from previously, but I don't know if we have something that will... We don't have an X for like extemporize over... or out. Operative, I see. Unoperative? Or is it just inoperative? We should try, but let's look at this first and then we'll see if we want to put golden on it. We want to save emerald for Z. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 14 there. It's only the word score in the golden, right? Word score, yeah, 14, so that'll be 28. And then we want minimum 60. 35 plus 28, that gets you over. If we convert 2 golden tiles, that gets you over. So we either go, I think, ER, maybe EA. I guess vowels are more flexible. But we want, for golden tiles, things that stack and synergize together. So probably even something like E and T. Or E and R. I guess E and R will... Well, I mean, I don't know. So, I mean, T doubles well though. I'm gonna go ET for golden. If we do that, then we get over the line, and this will clear. And so we should just take that. We can go unoperative, but I actually think that if we know that this is going to hit, there's no reason to do so. I sure hope it hits. I feel like we'd better be sure about our calculation. We'll run an operative to define bot afterwards. Yeah, the thing is, we just want to get slightly over the line. I'd rather keep the N. I don't particularly care about keeping the U, but I'd rather keep the N. I sure hope we calculated this correctly. Let's see. Yeah, 20 plus 35, 63, 126. There we go. I think I was off by a point or something there. Multiply the final score by 2 if you have at least 3 unsubmitted special tiles left on the board. Yes. Yes. This is the winning combination, or rather, this plus converting lots of special tiles is what we went for. This is garbage. This is garbage because we never refresh. But this in conjunction with conversions is going to get us through this game. Urbanize. We don't have the A. So unoperative, not operative. Yeah, in Collins. Oh, Collins only. Strange. You saw some really good ones there too. You saw in Rapture, you saw Enterprise. Which totally reminds me, I forgot that Strange New Worlds resumes this week. I'll catch up with it next month or something, probably. Back in 2022, I did a big sort of completionist catch-up of all of Star Trek. Just filling in all of the gaps that I had missed historically, and just watching like every series back-to-back. And it was kind of an interesting experience. I'm just trying to see if we can get something like an IZE or even a UZE at the end here. We're not always going to get it, so, you know, we might just want to... Yeah, Urbanize would have been amazing. If we can draw it into an A, like we basically kind of fish into A by playing off other stuff, then we can get over. But of course, if we can get 155 by some other means, I'd like to do it. You're watching DS9 right now. How far along are you? And yeah, the thing about... I have to admit, Dr. Cliche, the worst television show I've ever actually got through beginning to end was Star Trek Discovery. The worst. And I don't know, I mean, I guess I stuck with it because, you know, it would always just dangle some kind of promise of recovery, and it would never do it. There's just something fundamental lacking there. I was fond of a lot of things about Lower Decks, actually. That wasn't too bad. But yeah, no, I do consider the sort of new era to be just something completely separate. It's, you know, a legacy property. You watched the first 5 episodes of Discovery in solidarity with another Trek-loving friend. You know, unbelievably, Dr. Cliche, you quit while you were ahead. Yeah. Strange New Worlds is very charming, but you can tell that the generation of writers that they have on Trek right now don't know how to create Star Trek problems, Star Trek dilemmas. There is something kind of fundamentally lacking in, you know, their ability to set that up. But it is a very charming show. Much more than expected, given, you know, much of the state of New Trek. But anyway, we're totally sidetracked by this. bronzier. No, the thing is, we can't necessarily go for this every single turn, and the reason we can't go for this every single turn is because we exhaust our vowels. Although sometimes we can exchange out consonants if we're really in a glut. We could, for example, exchange 2 W's, but we wouldn't get a refresh bonus. So I'm looking at... You know what? Maybe just easing. Nice and simple, and then we put Z on Emerald. This is not going to get us over, but if the Z hits, then it actually... Well, the Z hits, it would hit for 50. 54, 59, doesn't get us over. But... Eurozone. No, we don't have the other O. For Eurozone. It's too bad. Erogenize, no, we don't. I don't think that's even a word. Ebonize. That's a lot better, actually. If this hits. If this hits for Emerald, which is a 1 in something chance, we are going to make this Emerald anyway, so let's take a look at what we're dealing with here. 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, and 15. So this is going to be 60-ish, but if this hits, then we will get over the line. 1 in 4 chance. I'm going to save the other one for the X, I think. But let's... Or you know, another stacking effect that might be good later on. But let's take this one now. Okay. Equalize... we don't even need that. We save equalize for next turn. We save it for next turn. We were so few points off. So the Z did hit, didn't it? I just miscalculated. We actually... I was kind of confident, oh, if the Z hits, it'll just get us over. I didn't actually calculate it, and well, that's what you get for not doing it. We could convert Q, but I feel like Q is one of those that we just don't use that often, so... I mean, maybe we convert Q and then we try to roll the 1 and 4 on it. But we're not going to do it this turn. We're going to do something absolutely minimum. Just to kill some tiles. Does this give you 9 points? This gives you 8 points. No, this gives you 9 points. So we do brew, it hits for 9 points. We have equalize set up for next turn. And we might even have something better. We're not doing this. Garbage. I assume it's garbage. I've never used it, but it just seems bad. Modifier, increase by 3 of your refresh 3 or more special tiles in one go. We never used a refresh though. And we don't want to throw in because when we have 3 unused specials, we want to keep them at all times. So this is what we have to take. It's going to be expended, but we want to take it while it's available. Oh, tiles refresh after submission. I didn't know that because, well... Yeah, we never use refresh here anyway, but... I think we actually do want to put Emerald on Q then. For potential multiplication. I was hoping to save it for X. But we'll go equalize unless we have... something that... would similarly get some kind of massive bonus. We want to get out of this, essentially. But we would need a second play coming out of that too, probably. Yeah. Equalize, and then we'll burn emerald on the queue. And yeah, certainly we want the double on the final score rather than trying to extend, so. And actually, you know, final score takes into account the additive bonus, which is why, while this is valuable, we want to go for this as much as possible. I don't think the order matters. This is always final score, so this is always added after anything additive. Let's go for it. No, only hits for 10. That's okay. That's okay. And ugh, yuck. You know, we just make we are obviously not going to get the amphora. Come on. No, we don't have the P. Okay. Oval, no. Because oval low is good, oval lie is good. There's a whole bunch that actually works there. We might actually do it for the refresh all, hoping to draw vowels. We're not going to get refreshes, but we don't really tend to stack refreshes anyway. We're not going to spend the plays on to refresh this, so I think we might just need to. We can burn this. We don't have any kind of modifiers that scale with stacking refreshes yet, so maybe it doesn't matter that we're not taking advantage of this right now. We're just going to try to draw vowels, I think. Better. Lots of duplication. We see Hummer. And let's see. We do have OUT prefix, so we have something OUT ending on E. Outrage is there. No, I was about to say Emperage, but we don't have the P. Auberge, no, we don't have the second E. Or like aubergine or something. Oh, we're so close to something like Ammonite, but we don't have the I. Yeah, if we'll probably play things off, and then, you know, for shortened vowels again, then we'll do more refreshes to get us through without burning plays. Let's see. Let's take a look at some of the different endings that we can have. Also, UN is something that we should consider. Also, ABLE is something we should consider. Something about no, we don't have unhireable. We're so close to something like unignorable. We don't have the I, we don't have unignorable. It would be nice. I almost want. I don't even know if unignorable is good, but probably. In fact, we're so close to it that I might even want to burn another exchange to see if we can draw into vowels. unnotable. No. Unnotable. We can try it. Unnotable. It looks odd to me that you would have unnotable. But then how else would you say it, right? Like if something's not notable, how else would you say it? No. Scrabble intuition was kind of telling me no, but untonable, we don't have unnameable, Yeah. Oh, also, yeah, tiles refresh after submission, so we do not think about leave. I have to remember that we do not think about leave. We just try to go long. Which actually works out because it does not matter if we just play off as many vowels as we can. We actually do have outrange, don't we? But do we have something out ramble? No. I don't think so, but we'll show that it's not good. Out somethingable. Out. So unsomethingable, out somethingable, okay, you know what? I'm going to try to chance one draw for unignorable. I want to see if we can do it. We dump H or do we dump M? Doesn't matter because we're not using them anyway. Let's reserve this stuff. Unmountable. I'm just wondering what. So, yeah. H would better synergize with G if we draw into something that's not exactly what we want. I'm just going to try it. But this is not smart. This is not smart. We actually still, yeah, we governable. No, we don't have the other E. Okay, I guess we're going out range. I don't want to burn too much of this stuff in case we actually need it later. Let's just go out range. We'll just need to be satisfied with having a second play that we need for that because, yeah, this is not going to get us over the line. I don't know about that, though. Like, yeah, maybe we should not burn this too quickly, but I tend to underuse the refresh anyway. It's good for this round because, you know, it doesn't matter if what leave you have. But we just keep going mulligan. Yeah, I'm going to try it. Let's just risk it. Nope. Doesn't hit. That's okay. We're going to save the last one. Let's just go out range. So, yeah, those two uses that were useless, but sometimes I just want to shed this spot anyway, and we need some kind of excuse to do it, so. And we're within 10 points, which is good. We keep the golden, so we can... not that we have much to stack against apart from the T, but we'll keep it until it shows up. So again, we're going to try for a good play for the next turn, then we make a minimum 10-point play on this turn. I already see things like, oh, we don't have airwave, no E, but air radio, no, we actually do have air radio. But we can probably do something better. But we'll try to keep like a balanced leave, maybe. And shed some duplication. Muriate, emulate, you know, but anyway, yeah, we're gonna keep as like something balanced down here. And then these are all duplicates and until you get to O and U. If we can keep air radio, then we have kind of like a minimum play that we have, and then we just play like, oh, weed doesn't get us 10, but weeded. Maybe we could probably even do smaller than that. But then, yeah, that's fine because there's a lot that you could do with the M as well that's valve heavy. So let's just go with that. Oh no, tiles refresh after submission. No, tiles refresh after submission. That doesn't work. Yeah, I forgot that even though it's the end of round, it would still overflow at the end of round. That's okay. Then let's just play whatever we see that's actually good. I almost think we should just dump the E back in the bag then, because then we get replays. And then we get the refresh bonus. I mean, maybe we should save this for when we're consonant heavy, but the thing is that for the consonants, it's just that, you know, getting the bonus refreshes doesn't actually help us. We never really do that, so... all right, so this turn essentially doesn't matter, right? Like, nobody cares. So we can just, you know, audio or something, and that just would get you over. But Ague, we don't have to G. It doesn't matter what we play. We'll just dump this. Just absolutely does not matter what we play. So it's too bad because it burns this little bonus here too. Actually, weed would have been fine because I forgot about the bonus on the left. The bonus on the left gets us over. But it doesn't matter because like it killed the whole board, right? It actually doesn't kill the whole board on the last move. Look at that. So now we know how that works. That on the last move in that particular bonus condition, it does not refresh the board. We did in fact successfully keep stuff. So the right play there was weed, but we didn't know that. We didn't know that's how it works. We're going to keep this stuff until we can stack for the unused specialist, because then we get a double every turn until we actually want to spend things. Add 10 bonus points during special rounds. That's good with multipliers. This one is great because if you start with a vowel, you usually have something heavy going second. That is probably better than this, although this with multipliers might be pretty substantial because you're dealing with, you know, if we're hitting huge multipliers, this would be a plus 40 on each play. Whereas this one here... But that's only during the special rounds. Like, we need to make it to those rounds first. So this is going to more consistently generate points over the course of the whole run. Because especially if we have a vowel start, usually something good will hit here, right? So eczema. We actually do have eczema. It burns to Z, but is that how you spell it? I think it is. It burns to Z, but that's okay. I mean, it makes it more difficult to stack this thing because, you know, we only have so many special tiles, but the Q can also dangle for a while. Let's think about other possibilities just in case we can do better than that. Elemental, no. Good thing about eczema as well is that it's not too vowel heavy in terms of spending too many vowels just to meet the condition. Yeah, you see SAR here, the Z hits. I don't think I want to rely on probability for that. That's the only thing. Because, you know, 1 and 4, that's not ideal. The only thing with the Z is that I'm reluctant to spend it just because, well, we don't know how soon we're going to draw together E. But the thing is, we made the Z emerald to spend it, right? Like, something later like the Q, we don't mind having hang around. Because if it just sits there with the bonus tile condition, then we don't even mind that the Q is just dangling in our bag forever. Let's think about the W-A-R-E ending. In case we have something... We almost have middleware, actually. Not that we would use it. I'm going to go eczema, I think. I'm just thinking carefully, but... Yeah, it spends the A, but then maybe we can do something with the W there later. And yeah, sometimes we'll have to take a turn where we just need to dump without using the valid condition, but... I just want to be sure. Amateur, no, we don't have the other T. I like this play too much. I wonder if it takes like an E on the other side. No, probably not, but we have over, held, over. Let's see. You think overwhelmed with the extra E dangling on the end now. But overwhelmed by itself is not bad, if we want to just get rid of some of this stuff. I was looking at that. Well, we don't have overworld, but I don't even know if that's good or if that's just a video game thing. Again, we can't hit this every single turn. We just have to take a dive on it sometimes. Or if we don't care about the refreshes, we can dump W's and see what we get. Ever. And we have to triple on the V as well, so ever... No. Yeah, not over home, over whole, over whole, no. Over... We don't have another E. I think we just eat the points here and take overwhelm. It's okay. We can't get a bonus. It's okay. We can't get a bonus every turn. Let's just do it. Overwhelmed. Why not? We're missing the bonus. Let's just take it. We can do a dictionary check on overwhelmed with that dangling E if you want, but didn't think so. I would not have want to take it. So anyway, if we're not taking the vowel bonus, we have things with work, we have things with book, we have only 79 points left, so we don't necessarily need to get a bonus if we manage to play this well. Food, work, no. Don't quite have workout. What was the other one I was thinking of? Wood. Wood is actually sometimes very good. But we should think about E endings as well, like RE endings. Something wire. Do we have Ebodo? We do. No, we don't. We don't have the other A. Very useful one to learn. We don't have something like edifice. We have... You know, even if we have something like awoke, let's see if it hits, because we have a lot of points before we multiply, right? This might actually be enough. Because we have 12, 15, 20, 25, 30. Hits are 60. 60, no. Yeah, it's Ebodo and Eboto. They're both fantastic vowel dumps. Do we have woodwork? No, we don't have the second W. Bookworm, we don't have M. I'm thinking something wire. I'm thinking something... Oh, we don't have Avadire. We have... we don't have the like ending, but we might have the... Do we have unaware? No, we don't have the N. Yeah, so I'm thinking that we're not going to get the vowel bonus this time, so I'm just trying to set up something that'll be similarly decent. So awoke isn't quite good enough, but we want something maybe similar. But yeah, wood, book, something rake, buke. Yeah, we haven't actually think about the URE ending enough. That's something that has some possibility. Fire. Something fire. If we can't think of anything, we'll just go wood-fired. Because that might still... Well, 79 is a little far to reach. But if we can go something fire that starts with a vowel, that might not be too bad. But wood-fired could be good. Because then you have 7, 8, 9, 10. 19 there. 35 there. 40 something. Yeah. That's if we've kind of accepted that we need to do 2 plays and we do something like that. Yeah, I could trade Yos if I want refreshes, but, you know, I feel like that's going to restrict me more. Especially if we draw consonants into it, as we very much are likely to do. Of course, you know, the ideal draw for that would be something like the T or the Q or the TQ, but that's a very low probability given the scale of the bag at the moment. We don't quite have something like Urbanites. We don't have the ends anyway. So let's compare plays here. We have awoke, and then we still have some plays that are maybe fine after that. We can do wood-fired, then we would draw a little more aggressively, but that also wouldn't quite get us over. But I'm just looking at Awoke, like whether we have a follow-up play that would be enough to get us over the line. Like if we accept that we're going to have 2 plays. What about air? Airfare. No, we don't. Air. Or arrow. No. Air. We're still close to something like airfare. Maybe we do make an exchange and try to draw into an A. But let me make sure that we actually have plays if we... Yeah, because we don't want to be in a situation where we lose both of our candidate plays. But something like airfare would actually... I don't even know if it would get us over, though. Okay, so Awoke gives us this kind of leave. You would have at least like Uri or something. Woodfire isn't even good. Okay. I guess it would be, you know, hyphenated or something usually. Yeah, because I guess Awoke, what kind of bonus do we get when it, well, this is a final bonus though. It's not a... So the bonus also includes stuff like that. That's the thing, is that the case for getting bonuses is that they also still include this while it's still valid. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then we said 60, right? We don't need to exchange O. We can exchange something else if we don't care about it refreshes, and then we can try to get over the line with that. Because if we get an A out of airfare, and woodfire is not good anyway. Awoke, airfare, Abwado. I was thinking of exchanging D, but then that would kill Abwado. I think we just need to eat this up and make it go in 2 plays. I don't see a path with 1. Unless we kind of depend on RNG. IDE ending. So, you know, if we still have something like Okra for the next play... Well, we know that the other play we had considered isn't good. Let's just take the 60. And then we can rebalance the next play. I don't see a solution here that would get us over the line. In what universe is wood-fired not good? A universe without sufficient pizza. That's what it is. Anyway, so for this turn, we don't care about the bonus, which means that we can afford to play small and keep vowels and keep things that are synergistic. We want to keep vowels, so even if we just have something like cuff or curve or something. 19 points, that doesn't quite get us over. So 19 points, we need 15 base value. We would have 11, that's just a little bit down. Rough. I like that. Kills some of the duplicates that we don't like. Keeps vowels. Still a little too many duplicates here, but we can't really avoid that. That does get us over for sure, though. But then, you know, maybe we're in a better situation going into whatever's next. Would be nice if we actually took out more vowels here as well, but we still draw more R's than we exchange. We don't need exchange right now, but let's just take it and hopefully get something synergistic going into this round. Okay. Yes, I think we take more golden, because the thing about taking more golden is that we can start hitting this condition every turn. These are terrible because you're just not going to get enough O's in the bag to draw every turn unless you duplicate them. This, I mean, we need to use upgrades first. This is clearly the play. This is clearly the play. It's not even a question. The thing about convert to golden is that we will save them for the big plays. So we want things that will synergize well. So we should take an S and we should take one vowel. We should plan our play first, because once we have planned what play we want, then we know how to keep 3 other golden ones if we are kind of incidentally spending one. Also, maybe we can dump T's this turn because we have the triple. No, it dumps this T though, so we don't want to do that. But if it dumps this T, that's fine because we can convert 2 more to golden and then we're fine. But it is kind of clunky right now unless we get out of here. I almost want to think we go like tiptoed. And we burn that E, that's fine. It's not going to get the golden bonus this turn, but then we optimize. No, we don't have the M. Oddities, but then no, we don't have that anyway. The thing is, if we have the vowel, we're still going to get to double, so we don't care as long as we have 3 golden tiles left. But I want to see what the play is so we know what to keep and what is going to stay with us. Do we have properties? No, we don't. We have potteries. I think we do dump the T's. It's just that if we do dump the T's, then we are forced to keep the E if we want the golden bonus. Let me think about this. Any thought just playing 4 golds for the multiplier? No, I want to keep 3 on the board for this so we have consistent ×2 bonuses. No, this turn we would need something very significant in order to make that worthwhile. I feel like having consistent multiplication is going to be much better. Yeah, so if we're using something like the S with like co-opt or something, copter, Discord. You see, the thing is, if we play stuff like this, I'm trying to think. Discordant. No, we don't have it. These T's are a huge drag, though, unless we really... Yeah, so I want to exchange T. The problem with that, as I was saying, is that it dumps this T, and we don't want to do that. I don't think Octo by itself is good, but we can try it. Oppo is good, but we don't have it. I'm thinking O something something O, or even... Yeah, I don't know. We need to kill some of the T's. I'd rather do that and dump this T, and then we still have 2 goldens that we can assign, as long as we keep the E. This is way too much of a drag on the rack. This is slightly better, maybe. But then it would kind of use the E. Maybe we do need to use the bonus this time. Because... yeah, oh, you mentioned robotics. I guess we dumped the T, but that's okay. I'm trying to just find... oh, you know what? We do have Oppo. And then we get the Val bonus. This will be... we get the P bonus, and we need to, before we do that, figure out what we're going to make golden. I think it's definitely going to be S and I. Yeah. Because we need tiles that will kind of go together in Word. And then once we get within range of spending the golden tiles to make a big play, we can do that. Because with the multiplier, this is actually going to be C68, which is not great, but it gets us out of trouble. I see binary. We don't have non-binary. Binaries. But again, we don't get this bonus, but we'll get the other bonus. So we can start thinking... acrylic. No, we don't have the L. Yeah, we're not going to get it all this time, but however, we should try to hit this along with the multipliers as much as we can. We should try to at least cyan, or we just hit multipliers. You know what? Let's just hit multipliers. Whatever. Because when we hit this, we don't hit this. Maybe. I feel like it's better for long term to keep, but 287, this gives you times 3. That's on a word score. But then this could double well, like a 12. Here, you already have like 15, 20, 22. So 22 by 3 is going to give you 66. 66 and 25, 27. Doesn't give you any bonuses beyond that, though. So the problem is that this only gives you about 100 still, and it kind of kills your scoring potential for the other turns after that. If we can hit something here on the second spot, that would be nice, but I think we might just need to... No, because we're still not sort of building enough vowels into that. I'm trying to build into like a big quad bonus in a future turn, but yeah. Dr. Cliche, you're saying Oppo Gangnam Style. Yeah, Gangnam Style was kind of interesting, and I was aware of it before it was a big hit because in 2012 I was very closely following Pro StarCraft and, you know, watching StarCraft tournaments on Korean time, and they would play a lot of K-pop before those. to promote Korean culture. And at the time, I think it was actually sort of via people who were plugged into StarCraft that started spreading Gangnam Style before it really kind of broke out to the wider global public. And it was like it escaped containment. So if we use cyanides, then, you know, we get this bonus, we get the golden bonus, but it really kind of kills the build up here. Maybe that's okay because we still have more bonus tiles coming in. Like, it's not useful to just have the ×2 if we're not going to use it for anything, right? But I'm trying to see if sync because, you know, for example, you have something like this 12 and 5, 17, like 17, 19. You know, this gives you sort of 40-ish, which is not great. Something like binary or do we have something? We don't have something like cytosine. But the idea is that we play off a ton of consonants this turn. Then that's going to raise the probability of us getting the quad bonus next turn. And then what we can do is well, let's see, because if we can actually get all the bonuses, we should kind of build towards a situation where we can get all the bonuses and have like a mega play to get us out of trouble here. So what does something like binary get us? 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 23. That gets us, you know, close to 50. It's even better if we just go 12, 13, 14, 17. That's about 40-ish. But I'm trying to find something that is going to kill lots of consonants, essentially. Cannery, but unfortunately that's been ZE. Rancid. Too bad we don't have rancidly. And this still keeps a lot of this stuff that we don't necessarily want. We want to keep vowels, so let's see. Dynamic, no. Dynastic, dyadic. Again, spends still maybe too many consonants, but let's see, 12. 17, 21, 21 and 12, 33, 60 something. Maybe we can go with that. Because then we get kind of a mix of bonuses that will still feed into this. Like, there's still a good reason to maybe go longwards there. And then that's close to what we're going for with the cyanide and all that. I spent way too long on that turn. Oh, you saw cyanins. Okay, yeah. I was trying to go for something like that. This is close. We probably should have dumped the S there, actually, just to get the extra tile bonus here for the points. 221 on this one. We don't have a T for entwine. That would have been interesting. Something wise would have been interesting. Yeah, we're kind of stuffed with things right now. We might need to actually spend things here. Or we just, yeah, unfortunately, you know, we still have all this stuff. Too much duplication. We might actually have dumped this. But this gives you the bonus. This gives you the bonus. Let's just continue this until we can grab some vowels, I think. You're thinking maybe we should kill the constants. Well, the problem though is that we're letting these sit, but the idea is that the golden tiles should all be played with each other at the same time as much as possible, right? Which means that we want good consonant vowel balance to raise the probability of making a big golden play when it is time to make a golden play. We just need to save up until that point. It's a drag on 2 vowels in the pool, but it's just that we've been drawing consonant heavy anyway, in a way that's sort of slightly improbable. We have so many of these ends. If we eventually get something like innovate or something, you know, that gets us out of trouble. Yeah, only 44. Great. Okay, XOR size. XOR size. Okay, so now this is the kind of play that we want to save for, right? Because you got this, you've got this on the word score. You don't have this one anymore, but you do have the vowel play. It's true that these two, like, it's kind of like one or the other. And of course we have, you know, all this stuff for nunneries or something eventually. We might just have to spend a redraw on that. But the thing is, once we dump these, we don't mind using a redraw, right? We don't want to use a redraw while we're banking up. But 177, I think this is actually going to hit. So I should have calculated beforehand, but just to be perfectly diligent about it. But it is going to hit, so. These I feel like are way too situational. Hold one tile and refresh all of the others. Neither of these are great. But this lets you bank things like the golden tiles, I guess. If you're only having one in your pool and you want to redraw everything else, it's like if we're consonant heavy and we're holding one golden, then we redraw to either get vowels or more effects. So I feel like this is better than everything else we have here. This is also dead at this point, so we'll sell it when it is time. On the other hand, this is a bonus that happens every time we hit. So maybe because we have multipliers, that is better than we're giving it credit for. Let's take a look at what's on our first one here. We don't have the P though, so that's not useful yet. However, we're going to do the redraw right away, I think. So we can hold something like a vowel, we can hold A and then just chuck everything. Yeah, because we have stuff like in hall and all that, but you know, right now, umbilical, no, not really. In urn, diurnal. But of course, you know, none of these are very useful plays. I think we keep A and we chuck duplicates. The duplication is the major issue, and you see, there we go, we got the Z. We're gonna keep the Z and try to stack it. And then now we have a lot more that we can do. Now, long words are still fine if we, you know, are able to do them. However, although oratorio, do we have it? Oratorio. Ah, no, no O. Yeah, I find I kind of underuse things on the upgrade panels. Usually what happens is I end up with just too much stuff here that I don't use because it's too situational. We actually have Urari, but that's burns so many vowels, so we really shouldn't do that. Woorari. Woorari, woolari. There's a whole bunch of variations of something like that. Antifa, I don't know if this is too recent for this dictionary. It's in both of the recent Scrabble dictionaries. It might actually be too recent for Wordnik. But I'm going to hold that thought. OUS ending, TIOUS ending. This seems like kind of a rebalancing turn anyway, where instead of going for the vowel thing, we just try to play things off. Out is still here. Handout is good. Out. Word. Given that we don't have an E, we just don't have a good ending for any of that stuff. I remember that one of my best plays in a demo was like outro once, when we stacked like all kinds of effects to make outro, you know, this multi several hundred point play. In. Do we have infula? We don't have the U. Yeah, I think we actually just have to go along this turn and just see what we can do. You think oratorio is good? Like a plural of oratorio? Yeah, we do have azo, but I'm trying to keep this for the stacking bonus. Eventually we'll have azo ties, and we can use it then, but we want to keep it for something like azo ties. So let me just see. Yeah, because I know oratorios from music. And that's true that it could be pluralized. And we have like nudge to nudge our way out of this afterwards, but it doesn't put the Z on a good position. You know, if we eventually draw into an E for ozonate, I actually think we should keep that. Azotize and ozonate are both actually good, but we should actually think about draws like that. That will give us a better follow-up play. Which means that we should actually just do something like Wharf, or even Wharfs. Because, yeah, we actually want to dump the S because we're not using the S as an ending in plays where we want to do the vowel thing, right? So it makes more sense to keep something like this. I think we'll go with that, actually. Here we go. Modest score, but then we try to set up something big. We still don't have something like an ozonator. So maybe this isn't going to go, but we should try to up something on something. Yeah, maybe we're trying to keep too much. Indie, no, like legit tiny play. We might have to get rid of, yeah, we might have to occasionally discard the idea if it's not going. Not to say that we should be playing Uzo or something because, you know, we don't have enough of a bonus on his Z, but This kills the ozonate idea, though. It doesn't quite... Well, it kind of kills the... Well, let's see. We can do a refresh all except... But then that also kind of kills what we're going for. If we're going for something. But if we... well, I mean, we kind of got ourselves into the situation anyway, where... Seriously considering something just like Inti. I don't like it. Scoring like next to nothing. And, you know, the bonus isn't even getting us very much. It might be better to just go longer. We're still closest on like ineptitude or something. But yeah, the lack of ease is actually a bit of a going concern at the moment. Do we have like an IA ending? Your something IA are outs. Or we could just go long like that. We're still keeping enough that, you know, it's possible to draw to some of the other stuff if we just draw our vowels again. And then we can at least stack some things. Yeah, this doesn't hit as much as I'd like to, but if we stack specials, then, you know, this is better than just trying to mulligan it. Still only going to be, you know, 40-ish. Not even that. But now we have ozonate. Let's take a moment to see if we have something better. But I think that was almost certainly going to be the play. We actually have azotize as well. Ozonate leaves you with this. Azotize... No, we don't have... Actually, we don't have D. Yes, so... Ozonate. For sure, I think. I can't imagine that we... Something much better to extend the ozone prefix. Who knows? Maybe this will hit. It doesn't, but alright, fine. We have axiom, we have other things that can go there. Ataxia would double the word, but it would miss the triple on the X, so it might not be quite as good. I actually think we will probably go axiom. So I was thinking ataxia, but oh no, we actually can't have that. We don't have the other A. Oxalite? Oxalite. I should try this. I'm actually not totally confident on it, but I can't see anything that much better. Examinable, no. But let's take a look at AVLE just to see. Admirable. Let's do that. I'd rather do that to get the multiplicative bonuses off all of these. It's actually better than just tripling the X, right? That you get something much longer here. I think we take it. Can we save scum to do RNG manipulation? Oh, interesting, yeah. You're saying we had extra there. I see victory, the word, not necessarily the possibility. Let's keep the I here. We might just go something like victory here, unless we see a really good play that has something big in second position. But victory, you know, dumps a lot of stuff that I don't want to deal with. We will rethink just for a moment. I'm taking way too long with some of this. Hopefully we can actually stay long enough to finish this today if we get a winning run. But, you know, it does make a certain amount of sense to take this slowly, too. Try to make it happen. ITI ending. Yeah, we have opacity, but of course, you know, opacity is better. We don't have the effect that counts Y as a vowel, that's the only thing. But, you know, we'll just have to deal with that. The difficulty with that is that we keep some rec here. But it does give you more points. This gives you a better vowel spread for what you're keeping there, because this spends slightly more vowels. So if we're trying to keep vowels, victory is a bit of a point sacrifice there, but we're not getting a multiplier anyway, because the P would give you +6 rather than +2. It's pretty infinitesimal. Like, this isn't going to matter. Opacity versus victory. Like, we should not make that decision based on the I. I think we go for victory. Unless we have... Oh, you know what? We have an A. We can go for Ajiva on a future turn. But that's okay. I don't think we just keep the V for those purposes. There's probably better ways to do that. That is a case for keeping the V, though, for Ajiva for another turn. Yeah, I'm trying to do something that will do a massive sort of consonant dump that is sufficiently long to get a couple more points out of the way, but this is probably fine. Oh yeah, I didn't think about the OV suffix. If you want to egg that on, oviparity, really, yeah. Yeah, no, I know, like, oviparous, and, well, all the things with eggs. OV this, OV that. Okay, let's keep this unless we want the triple word bonus. Double final bonus is actually better, I think, than to do that. So, oh, we're so close to having, like, etc. But we can probably do something with EX vowel ending. XP8. You know what? Let's burn it. Let's burn it. That's better than trying to keep. However, if we have an alternative that will actually score 176 without this, we should take it. But this, I think, will get us over. This is going to be 200-ish. It keeps a lot of direct, though. But we should keep that in mind as the possibility. We should actually count it, but... I feel like that's going to be likely the way to go. Unless we... Yeah, we don't have the D for EJIDO Ejido, I think. There's not a lot that will have J in second position. But if we can find something that will use it that way, we should take it. Exoplanet, exegesis, exegetic, no, we don't have the. You know what? Let's check Expo. I don't think it gets us nearly there, but I want to check it because this is going to be ×4. So 24. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 29. 29 by 4. That doesn't give you enough. Not nearly. That gives you like 110 plus something, 110-ish. Expose, expo, view, Exordia, we don't have I feel like there's something that we can probably get the G to behave. Do we have epitaxis? No, we don't. Oh, we do have epitaxis. We're not going to play it because we have something better. We're actually going to use all this stuff. So we have XP8 if we spend everything. We have epitaxis, which is actually not better. However, the thing is, if we don't need to spend all 3 goldens, we shouldn't spend all 3 goldens. If we can get away with 2, then we should keep 1. We should probably keep the S. Let's think about this, because if we have sufficient bonuses to get over the line without spending more golden, well, this would only be a ×2 in that case. 24, 5, 30, 32, 32 and 15. What's 176 divided by 2? That 176 divided by 2 is 88, right? So we need an 88 value. So if we double this, so you've got 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Or rather 24, yeah, 24 plus whatever this is. 32, 64, 64 and 15. 79 by 2 is just short. $79 by 2. Alternatively, we kill this bonus and go ×3 on the word core. So the idea here would be 15, 17, 17 by 3, but then no bonus at all. 51, 25, but then no bonus at all. So like there's no advantage to doing so. So yeah, I actually didn't look at that properly then. Then what was the other one I said? Epitaxis. Well, no, I mean... You think XP8 is enough? Did I miscount? Because you see, this is word score. So there's an order of operations issue, basically. Right, we still get this bonus at the end, right? So this needs to be over the line. I feel like it's just short. Unless I miscalculated. So 24. And then 6, 32, 64, 15, 79, 79 by 2, 100 and... It's just short. Gold doesn't include the length bonuses, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't think it does because it's word score. So word score, you actually kind of see it bunched up left side, right side. So the word score is just when you multiply this stuff, then you apply the additive bonuses, then you apply the final score multiplicative bonuses. This is still the best play, potentially. But if we know that we need 2 plays anyway, then we might as well just do something like Expo. Or... Let me take a look at this one again. Because if we need 2 plays anyway, then we should keep this. 24 and 5. 29, multiplies by 4. And we actually still have a decent number of vowels left. Is it juga good? I can't even remember. But then if we draw a D, you know, we could have a hito. We could have a couple of different possibilities going into the next turn. But the idea is that we play a quad bonus. We actually are still in a decent position for another quad bonus. Because we know we're taking 2 turns and we just need 50 some the next turn. And that's not too difficult to reach. I can't find a play that's going to get me over the line for 1 play because XB8 is the closest that I can get. Yeah, we've been staring at this thing for so long. I think we just have to take it. Expose would have stretched that out a little bit, but we would have burnt the S and killed that bonus. So 116 as you can see, so it gets within 60. What did we say earlier? Aspire. Let's take a look at this because this is also another quad bonus. 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 20. 20 by 4 is going to get us over. Because this will hit, this will hit. Uprise is better. We don't need the points necessarily, but we want to kill the duplicate U. We could go up raise, but we actually don't want to dump that many vowels, perhaps. Uprise will hit. 10, 14, 24 by 4. That'll hit. Yeah, let's go with that. We saw arpeggio. Very nice. That would have been really nice. Oh, now we have the Q, so we can sit on the Q and we have some flexibility now. But add 3, increases by 5 when a modifier is sold or destroyed. I like this because we are going to sell. We're going to sell this thing. However, you submit 3 or more different special tiles. So we don't have that. We only have gold and emerald. And we don't know if we'll get any of the other ones anytime soon. So this is the one. This is the one because we immediately can turn that into a +8 every single turn since we know we're dumping this. That's why we keep these around until we actually have to sell them, right? And then in the future, if we have junk modifiers, we can grab them and just sell them to use them as a +5. So I like this one a lot. Because additive bonuses are going to work well. Okay. Joseph, welcome. Yeah, no limit on this. A lot of these have a +20. The issue, of course, is that we're only going to get a certain number of modifiers. But you see, we're already on these modifiers. If we consistently just kind of pick one that we know is going to be temporary situational and we just dump it round by round, then we can just really rack this up and combine it with these. And now we have the ability to just sit on some of these and just use them if necessary. Now, as far as this turn goes, so, on the other hand, we could also just, burn stuff like this right away. I feel like we can probably do better than that, like squatting. It burns the bonuses. If this hits, that's amazing. If it doesn't, that's not so amazing. We should consider that as the play to compare. Actually, let's score this out because this is the point of comparison as opposed to plays that will keep modifier tiles for the 2 times each successive turn. Because I feel like keeping is probably better, but you know, this is, even without the emerald value, going to give you 35, 39, 39 by 3 is going to be 117. Then we add this stuff, and then there's no bonus over that. So it's going to be like 150-ish. It's going to be about 150-ish. So that's the point of comparison right now. It does mean that we don't get the multiplier for future plays though. It might be better to do something, I don't even know if this is good, but this will get the double. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 28, 36-ish. This would give you 70 something. But then you keep this for future plays. Now, of course, if we have squatting and the Q actually hits, that just gets us through it around. So we'd be rolling the dice on that. And then things get cycled back into the bag. So, let's see here. Yeah, Green Hero is so close to Alguana, you're saying. MKW Joseph, you're saying you don't think you could play competitive Scrabble because you just typed a word that you thought you had with the letters and your spelling was way off. Yeah. I misspelled aberration so many times yesterday before I counted the correct number of B's and R's. I just, staring at this kind of board, I just couldn't visualize it. Okay, so squatting, if the Q actually hits, then it would be times 3 times 5, 150 some, and it would get you really, really far. But that's a 1 in 4 chance. This is going to score about half, so well, about a third. Maybe this is going to score 70 something, if it's even good, which I don't remember. This is going to burn a lot of stuff to get you about 150, but it means we don't get doubles in successive turns. That's okay. If we play this, then we give ourselves the flexibility to refresh out of this deck. Because we don't care about the refreshes if we are spending these. So let's just do it. And if it hits, it hits. It doesn't hit, but that's okay. 160, okay. But then we're in kind of this situation where we can actually just use a refresh, and we can actually do a refresh all except, and then we can do it on the O to keep vowel, so we have something slightly more vowel heavy and don't burn this. But maybe we should keep this for when we have special tiles again. We don't have very many special tiles in the pool right now. We don't have enough to build towards the bonus because we don't have the perk that sends these back into the pool immediately. So for the rest of the round, these are unavailable while we're drawing through the bag. So this one, we spent that maybe a bit early in the round because we know we're not going to get it back. But it means that we can potentially, unless we see a really good play here, which I don't think we will, we can keep O, dump the rest. I think we do it. Way better, way better, way better. AB starts acetone, I already see, so it does leave us a little heavy over here, so, but let's take this as a baseline for what we're potentially going for. We don't have anything bigger than a 3 to go here anyway, so unless we kind of go really long, this is kind of roughly the average play that we're going for. 10, 15, 15, 30, 60, well, 38, so, you know, 70 something. Mango is valid, okay. I couldn't remember. Yeah, a quasi-autonomous non-governmental organization. Oh yeah, okay, it's an NGO. It's a quasi-NGO. Yeah, okay. I don't think I actually knew what that meant, but abdomens, but that doesn't end with the consonant for the bonus. So it's probably just going to be acetone. I'm going to try to go for something a little more consonant heavy, just so we can keep things, but M. Okay. I think we just go acetone. There's going to be 70-some. We're in a better situation than we were last time anyway in round 9. We failed in round 10 on our first attempt, just for people joining us now. So the Ultramarathon, as far as I know, has actually not been beaten. It is 0% on Steam achievements right now. The game is young. It only came out this week. But that's why we would like to potentially demonstrate a clear. Yeah, because the thing is, if you get multiplicative bonuses, it's usually better than going long. Ombudsman. Actually, no, we already used the M. Oh, we're close to something like Aerodyne. We don't have the O, we have the R for it, rather. Aerodyne would have been great. Abominable, we don't have the I for it. Out, we still have. Out. We don't really see it. We have something like bite. Something bite. But it would have to be something that starts with a vowel. Don't see it. Well, let's see. It would almost certainly have to be like a E ending. And Dr. Cliché, did I miss anecdote on the last one? I guess I did. Joseph, yeah, I know in terms of the backseating thing, we have had that happen a few times where, you know, we actually just draw into the suggested word. That's okay. We'll deal with it. I don't mind the level of participation we have right now. It's perfectly fine. Joseph, for the longest time, you really struggled anagramming Dynamo because you always saw Monday. Something. SOME is also a potentially good ending. If we cannot find something that will get the vowel bonus, we'll just try to go long. Hey, look, our game is unmodded, but we don't have this next D for it. We don't have 3 Ds. This at least gets some stuff out of the way. It's a pretty weak play, though. So let's score it out. 10, 16, 21. This is at least as permanent. I actually wonder, turn by turn, if maybe selling this to make this into a plus 13 might even be advantageous. Because, for example, when you just have this here, I mean, the problem is that this is really critical for plays, so you have the X or the Q or something. But turn by turn, This might actually be better. So for example, well, it would give you +5 if you sell it off. Right now, B 3 times gives you +6, so no, maybe not. We'll keep it because anything more than a 3-pointer makes this still worthwhile. And will usually hit. So we'll keep it, but that was worth considering for just a moment here. I'm trying to find something that will get further. If we can get the sort of Y condition later, even though it's so situational, it might still be a good one to get. We almost have that thing that we were talking about earlier, Abodo, but not quite. Avoid it, avoid. Avodier, we don't have any I for that. I think we just go above. It's not much, but it rebalances a little bit, gets rid of some clunk. We're starting to run into a bit of trouble though, even with the multipliers. At least we're consistently kind of getting 50-ish, but we want to consistently get up into hundreds every turn. Okay, this is something that underbite. Overbite would have hit this, but this is going to be first choice. Let's see if we can beat it. I don't think we can beat it, but I don't think we can beat it. I don't think we should spend time on it. Urban. No, we don't have the... Yeah, because the only thing I can think of is if we, you know, have a better second tile. We don't have the O for something like obdurate. We don't have a T anyway. Oh, we do have a T, but in... Okay, I think we're going underbite. I think we're going underbite. We got all these bonuses. These bonuses will add to these. Yeah, Dr. Cliché, you were saying earlier, there was that joker that would give you a joker when you played a word of the right length. Yeah, and then, well, you would combo with this because you would actually be selling constantly. If you're not selling constantly, it doesn't make sense to take something like that. And yeah, Joseph, thanks for dropping by. Green Heroes, I still have not played Balatro, which means I'm taking this game from a very different background than a lot of players must be doing. This is going to give us a sizable number of bonuses. It should pass 100. Okay, so the AMINE ending has some possibilities here. We'll keep the E going into the next round just in case. We can do something with that. I don't have the O for something in Comia. We don't, oh well, we do have underside if we spend the E, and that's okay. We can't stack the E this round, but it's more that if we keep it, you know, more or less indefinitely, we can eventually draw the other one again. But, you know, if you have underside, whoop, we don't. Under C, it would be a little less than the previous play. Yeah. CIDE ending. And DICE ending. CISE ending. I see misinjury, by the way, but that wouldn't give us as many bonuses. But that's one word. I see. Do we have like charisma? No. Chiasmus? No. Chiasmus. We actually do have that if we want to go for something that doesn't take advantage of the bonuses. We can score it out just to see what we're doing. 12. 23. 33. 15, 48. Yeah, this gets no bonuses, but it gets over 50-ish. And moreover, it's whoops. Dumps a lot of stuff. We can probably do better than that, though. But if we can't find a good play that does the vowel start, vowel finish, we'll go with something like Chiasmus. Immunize. No, we don't have the other I. Unamuse, but you can't just have. Well, we don't have a second U anyway, and we don't end it with a D with that. I'm kind of liking the idea of Chiasmus, unless we can find something that dumps even more consonants to get them out of the way. Like something that would, get rid of some of this stuff. Because this still is a bit heavy on the vowels that we might otherwise want to keep. Do we have chastity? We don't have the T or enough I's. No, we don't have a T. But if we can do something that's like a big, very consonant heavy play, that might be a good idea. Like we just get rid of a lot of the consonants. Yeah, I really like the CH start. I don't know if we have like a KH start. Let's just go with this. We see it. It's not going to get us over. It's going to be 50 some, I think, but we need to. Well, I'm trying to see if we can still find something that's going to hit. So something ache, maybe. Or we said underside earlier, right? Oh no, under C earlier, right? Let's compare it in case we want to dump this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, and 15. 26 and 8. 34, that's a little under 70, that's 68. 20 something. Yeah, the other one is kind of better, but it really does burn way too many vowels at once. And it burns the golden tone that we might want to keep. Let's go with this. We saw insecure. Oh, that would have been a lot better. Anyway, here, this is good. Even something like Xene would be great. Obviously, if we have Z in the second spot, that would be great, but I think we want to stack these. However, if we can find something that just hits 196, we'll hit it, but I think we can probably something not with that E. I see expire. Normally we would go with something like expire, but expire is a good candidate. I'm just looking at this a little further to see if we have something else that would work. $24, $25, $30, $41. And that gets you over 100-ish. We need another play. We're going to be in a bit of a dangerous spot here because we're kind of getting into round 10 to challenge round at a bit of a low bank again like we did last time. So we're not actually doing much better than we did the previous time. Right. Examine. Slightly better, but it burns tons of stuff. But then maybe we can, you know, draw into Japery or something that does some of this. Or eventually we can just do a refresh all. Again, we've exhausted the pool of the special tiles, so we're not going to get a special tile until we pass the mark for the next round anyway. So we shouldn't be too afraid of doing something like dumping Z in second position. Notice that normally, if we weren't worried about this condition, we would do something like it re-examined. But there's no way that's better than examine with this bonus plus this bonus. I really don't think so. Even with, well, I don't know. Let's re-examine it. Let's re-examine it. Because the thing is, it doesn't get its bonus, but it doesn't get the X bonus, but it does get the point bonuses here. I don't think this will be what we do, but I want to get a sense of scale. 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 78. This gets over 100 though. No, examine. Sorry, this gets over 100. We almost punched it by mistake. You think I should just roll the dice on A side? Yeah, I was considering something like that. So examine. Okay. We should be able to get over this turn. 86, we can do it. I mean, you know, even like what we were saying earlier, they should do it. Almost. Yeah, maybe not. I think this is just short. 24, 5, 29, and 13, 40. Oh, this might do it, actually. 24, 25, 29, 34, 42. We're short. That is very unfortunate. That's short by 2 points. We might have to burn that Z. But so let's say we go, well, no, we would need something that would actually give you, oh, we don't have Azulejo. It's too bad. A-Z-U-L-E-J-O. We don't have the U for it. It's like, I mean, it would have been overkill for this turn, but Portuguese tile work if you aren't into that kind of thing. Like the tiles that you see in the streets of Lisbon. I cannot believe this is just short. That's so unfortunate. I mean, we're not going to sell one of these just to get this over the line. Maybe we should sell one of these just to get over the line, but we are trying to bank towards that. We need the multipliers. Like, all of these are kind of critical right now, so I don't want to do that, but... But it's tempting, like if it were kind of a do-or-die situation. Where we really can't find something. 4, 5, did it really... That's right, 29, 34, 42... 84 out of 86. Okay. We almost have Killjoy, and this game is such a Killjoy. We do not, in fact, have Killjoy. We have Japery. This is not going to get over, though. 86. No. There's not enough face value to deal with. This is going to be mid-30s-ish. Lapidary A. Let's see about this. Azide. Azide must be good, right? Azine is good. Azide, I like Azote. I think it's definitely good. I think this gets us over. 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 35, 40, 48. This gets us over. Let's just go Azide. Or Azeto. And then we can unduplicate E. It was tempting to go Azeto, but we're... But then if we keep the E, then we have an E that's usable. That's not the golden E. Azeto, Diazo, both of those are good. Yeah, it keeps double E, but... On the other hand, you know, if you keep the O, then you know for sure you have something like Joker. Well, we're going to draw into some other thing anyway. Let's just do this. And if we need to do the hold 1 to refresh, we'll do the hold 1 to refresh. Okay, 15 plays going into round 10. Round 10 is the boss round. Round 10 is going to have some kind of special condition that we need to meet. When an upgrade is fully used up, the next word's final score is multiplied by 2. A bit situational. Strictly better than this. At the end of the round, convert a random tile into a random special tile. Yes. 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 For sure. Synergizes perfectly with unused specials if we just fill the board. At the end of the round, though, it takes a long time for that to kick in. It means that we'll get additional, 10 in the pool if we get all the way to the end. This one will give us a ×2 bonus very situationally, because once this upgrade is used up, we need to pick up more upgrades to reuse it. I think this is just going to synergize well, though, so... But it's a bit of a long-term consideration. At this point, it's going to give us 10 additional specials in the pool, but that could matter. So, yeah, this one, no, but... This one could get us over the line for one particular play, which might be critical in this situation that's coming up. This one kicks in late. But the thing is, in order to do this, we need to do the refresh all except. And I don't know that we want to burn this. Like, it's very difficult to force this just to play, because the problem is that if you use this and re-roll, then you also re-roll your whole board, which means that you don't know what score you're going to get on the play. So it's not a good fit for this upgrade, because this upgrade re-rolls the board and you can't actually plan around this, so we have to take this. Jerky. We're shorter than 6 tiles, scores 0 points. Yeah, that's fine. We shouldn't have too many problems with that. Jerkily. Ephedra. Okay, you know what? If we get an A, we can have Ephedra. I think it's good. Let's see if we can find a better way to play this one to get the bonus, but also if we have something file. No. I think we have to do jerkily. We need to get rid of some of this stuff. Okay, and then now we've got some more files to work with. We almost have something like Euphoria, but we don't have to write vowels for it. Yeah, we really can't count on the valid condition for this round. We might hold this to try to just draw into a second bonus, but we have something like wherefore art thou. This is a hard threshold to hit, even with 14 plays. Up. I'm liking wherefore. I just don't see a good way to do an all vowel play that is 6 right now. That's the main consideration, because otherwise, you know, we'd probably consider all kinds of things. Power something. Overpower. I think we just go wherefore. Despite burning the E. Yeah, Ultramarathon, like, the thresholds get really high, and the thing is, they're going to get super high by the time we're at the end. I'm glad that there's actually some kind of challenge. It's more that after this stream, though, because we're going to be mostly focusing on Donkey Kong, we might not be able to go for a first clear on this or something. Somebody will get it. Somebody with a good run will get it, you know, when you're getting lots of golden tiles or something, and you're setting up 1,000-point plays. But you need lots of multipliers. We just need to survive this. We'll try to get through it. This is still going to be playable. And when we start stacking this bonus, we get modifiers we don't like, so. Yeah, we don't have enough turns to do this without really kind of improving over. However, ITEISE un. I wonder if overnight, what was the, well, that doesn't work, but overside. Nope, we don't have the IAT ending. Probably don't want to burn the I in that position. Ovulate, we don't have. Yeah, we don't have the over prefix if we're ending with E. And we probably would have to end with E. Anti something, anti. Antidote. We don't have a second E. T rather. We don't have a second T for something like nutritious. Unitard, no. We do have out. So we have outwar. Outrave would be better, maybe. Yeah, we don't have outwar actually. We had. So outrave would be fine, I think. Unless we have something that outperforms it. Currently thinking outrave. Quite possibly we can go something really long. Like durations or... I was actually thinking like duratives, but maybe we keep the E. Indurate? Like, look at that. Yeah, you sacrifice... Well, you don't sacrifice anything. You, like, outrave is just shorter. And doesn't hit this anyway. Do we have innovate? Innovate. Injure it or innovate? Injure it because we don't want to duplicate some stuff. In spite of keeping the V, we're keeping Drek every round anyway. But then innovate would have the multiplier on the V. I don't think it matters that much. I think we'd rather rebalance. Let's just take it. Yeah, green heroes is sustained, prowess, etc. Yeah, it's more, I feel like we need the multiplicative bonuses, otherwise we're not going to make the round count. And get out of trouble. We are usually unbothered by the shorter than 6 tiles condition. The problem that we ran into here was... we have, like, is that when we're trying to meet the vowel condition, it's actually hard to hit with longer words. So, for example, you know, with something like this, I see aggro, but we just don't have very much in terms of vowels, so... this is, I think, is going to be a redraw here. But let's see what we have. We don't have a C for full scap. We... yeah, sometimes we'll just, you know, we can't hit this every turn. We... Do we have disavow? No, we don't. We have vow. Afterglow, we don't have that. Yeah, because normally we would just play something like aggro, but I think this is a redraw. I think this is a redraw holding either O or A. Let's see the pool. O, fewer O's in the pool is an A, but with 56 in the bag, maybe that doesn't matter too much. Like keeping A might be better. We're gonna keep A. A is better for being able to get either at the... We don't have Allegro. No, I was looking for something like Allegro. No, we have to change it. Perfect, perfect. Look at that. And if we want to at some point spend the Q, we can do that. If we have, you know, equation, which we might actually do. We might actually do it just to hit some bonuses. Strongly considering that right now, because that will outdo keeping it. However, this way we get the quadruple bonus. And maybe we draw into another Q play later. I think this is actually going to be better. Apart from, you know, taking a chance on the Q hitting. We can consider this because that would be time 4 in that. So for example, if you equation or even just equate equine is better. I feel like equine is going to beat equation because, well, I mean, it's not going to beat it if we do this, obviously, but we want to maintain a chance of drawing into something decent for the bonus. The issue with this, of course, is just that you get this. So this would be worth about 60 because you would hit this and you would hit this. So something like this would still be worth about 60 because you would hit both, but then you reduce the chance that you would rebuild this bonus going into future turns. And what was the other thing we were saying? Avodo has the benefit of being reasonably long before you add the ×4, which I think might actually be best because then we still have plenty of vowels to work with here. We've been looking for this word all game ever since we got the vowel thing. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14, and 25, 29, 37-ish. That's about 160-ish, 170 or so. I feel like that's looking best. Because this doesn't hit any bonuses once you add it up, which means that you got the 60-ish off of this. Once you add this up, you're still about sub 100. Well, though we don't have the... Yeah. Yeah, no, we want to keep the Q until we get an additional tile, and then we can start playing with that. I think we go Abudo. This is going to be about 170. I think it has to be this. I think it absolutely has to be this. Yeah, Green Heroes on the previous turn we were saying Apollo. I don't think Apollo is actually valid, but again, my bot uses the Scrabble dictionary, which is different from the dictionary in here. Oh, Apollo is a butterfly, so maybe it is, yeah. I guess it is, that's right. No, I even know what kind of butterfly that is. So yeah, we'll just have to hope to draw into another U, and if we don't draw into another U, that's actually fine, because having the Q sit as dead weight here is fine if it gives us the special tile bonus. So we go Apodo. I think that has to be the right call. With the quad bonus, because it's reliable. I mean, it would have been nice if the Q managed to hit the ×5, but... You see, now we're in great shape, because now we can start building this. I see Emetine. I'm pretty sure Emetine is good. Unless I'm confusing with something else. I know Emetine is good. Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we get a quad bonus off of this again, right? If this is good. If it's not good, then I think we actually have something else I can see here. I don't want to burn so many E's because E's are a good ending tile for the vowel bonus. Animato. No, we don't have... Oh, we don't have another A or... Yeah, we're missing the... Amarino, I think we have to go with the original idea. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 15, 27, 35, 35 by 4. So that gets you, once again, around the 170 range. And then eventually, if you need a long word, you get like the TION or something, or a Tonia or something. Anemone actually might have been better. Green Heroes now suggested it. Apart from not hitting the M in that spot. Look at that, now we've got lots of specials. If we can eventually build up... Oh, we have no more specials, unfortunately. But at the end of the round, things go back in the bag. So if we have a round-ending play that can take advantage of some of this stuff, then we're fine. I see something like Aslan. Again, this would only have the ×2 bonus, but then Z would be worth 60. If we have something that would actually end with the vowel, that would be better. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have an E for something ozone related. Nor do we have something like weaponizing or whatever. However, if we... So, for example, if we did this and we burnt this stuff as well, then we would have, you know, this for 30 and then this multiplies by 3 rather than by 2. But that's if we're desperate, because otherwise we want to keep this bonus round by round. We're already past our mark in the previous attempt in terms of the score that we had in round 10 when we failed last time, so... Oh, Aslan doesn't work because we will not reach 6 tiles. I don't want to forget about that condition. But what we can do is we can do like something like Zingano. It still at least hits the double bonus, even if it doesn't hit this, and maybe the Z hits the 50. It's pretty weak though, because the Z doesn't get us anything unless it hits. But if it does hit, then, you know, the multiplier makes a big deal. But I'd rather have the Z in second position if we can. 14, 15, 16, 17, 17-ish, 30-ish, 40-ish. 40-ish and a double, that's 80-ish for this. If we can hit Z here with something that is long enough, I'd like to do it. We cannot do Aslans because... Oh, yes we can. Because we still have 3 specials. A zonal. That's better. Then we keep all this. A zonal. That's the play. That's the play. So it gets a ×2 bonus. It gets this. Z is worth about 60. If it hits for the ×5, then we're in business. Has to be this. Doesn't hit. But it still gets us about 100. Okay. No bandwagoning for us, unfortunately, but... not origami either. We might just have to dump a bunch of stuff. If we're not getting a bonus anyway, we might as well just do that. I think that's more advantageous than putting the A in the second spot. Then we keep vowels for the next play. Lots and lots of vowels. If we can do something even better, then we should. Swooping. That's a lot better, actually. Same idea. Only the double bonus, but then you still have this. I think actually this has to be it. Yeah, at least we're getting 100 per play. We might be able to make it out of this round alive, but we're getting really low on play count, so we need to get that fixed up sooner rather than later. We don't have the Z anymore for Calzone. However, we do have Alcove, and that would be a quad bonus, which should get us over because let's count 7, 8, and 5, 13, 23, 23, and 8, 31, 31 by 4. Not quite. That's a little bit short. But we should think about something very similar. If we can get a better tile on the second spot, that could actually get us what we want. But like if we have a C or a V on the second spot, that might just be enough. Or if we just go slightly longer. Yeah, the Green Heroes, the problem with Octagon is that it doesn't end with a vowel. We need vowels on either side to get the quad bonus. I think we might just have to... what was I talking about? Alcove. I think we might just have to accept taking the additional play, but then we can do a big setup for the next one. It's too bad because with a quad bonus we can't hit this. That's really unfortunate. Let's think about the A endings. Yeah, that's too bad. I think we just have to take it. But if we're forced to do 2 plays anyway, that's okay, because that means that, you know, next play we can just do something that rebalances. That is very, very unfortunate. Okay. We'll take it. Yeah, Green Heroes, I was thinking Ovaltine, but it's not good. Well, I mean, you know, never know with this dictionary, because dictionary actually gave us... what was it? Halloween yesterday, which is not in the Scrapple dictionary. Okay, so... let's just get over slightly and, you know, try to keep some vowels. This is one where Octagon or Decagon is actually a good fit now. We just need a minimum play. We want to keep all this stuff because we want the bonuses. It does mean that we don't have a lot of room to work with at any given moment. And we do need to overshoot a little bit to hit 6 tiles. So I see Conga, that burns too many. We maybe just cogged would be good. Contend, but we want to get rid of some of the co-agent. That's good actually, because it unduplicates a bunch of stuff. It does spin all the vowels though. Tangoed. Just looking at how things look down there. Octane, yeah, I want to get rid of some of these G's. That's the thing I'm trying to go for right now. We'll just go co-agent maybe, and or even just cogent. Keep the A. Cognate, or even just cogged. Duplicate D rather than duplicating N. I don't know about that though, because we have double N, double T. It's really inflexible. Especially when we have another T that we could be spending here. Let's go cogent. This is easily over, so we don't care. Yeah, we just have to take it. So we're down to 6 plays, so we're really down to the wire. We might be losing relatively soon, but... Anyway, modifiers can be sold for +5 permanently. Permanently add a refresh count to a tile score. And +7 on that right now. But then it only affects one tile. That would be cycling back, so maybe that's not great. Using this to boost this is better, because this, you know, it only applies the score every time you wrap around to that tile. This, if you sell it, would apply every turn. This makes us constant heavy, which we don't want because we want to go for the valve condition. So it has to be this, and then I think we sell it immediately. Because the +5 is actually the most interesting thing here. And yeah, we get the modifier on the board. So from the things we're keeping on the board, we get an additional modification. So G, we hold until we want to spend it. For something massive. Green, how's your thing? Tungsten? Is that something like tungsten? Okay, so I think, yeah. Now the thing about hold zone is that it does synergize well if you want to just re-roll, you know, things while keeping the bonus. But we're not going to do the reroll. We never really do the refreshes. I guess, I wonder if this applies to this, that the refresh all, you know, well, hopefully we just don't have to use the refresh. I'd rather risk this and dump this because, you know, this gives us a significant plus every turn. We're just going to sell it immediately. Because, yeah, every turn we're just going to try to continue stacking this. We have 10 moves to get through this round. It's a very high threshold. So... I've been looking at stuff like canets and such just to dump the Q. It doesn't put the Q in the second spot. That's the main issue with it. You know, just to do this because you'd at least still get some of the bonuses off of this. I really don't like how we're keeping this direct. We should have actually done a refresh first before we sold off that thing. Just dump some of this stuff. Now that I look at how bad it is. So that was a bit of a misplay. We should have thought about that, but... Also cements the I that we might want to use for an ING. Also, we can do an ING, but I think we want to keep the G for the multiplier. And just stack, stack, stack. There will be other ends that we can draw. Okay. We can't quite get the Q to hit in this position, but we might as well get it off the board and get some bonuses. Do we want to use the S here when it's just going to get us a few more points? I mean, I guess it does. Well, we want to clear the board of constants, so yes, we do. This isn't going to score very much, but... yeah, we want to average over 100 in order to get through this round, I think. So maybe now we can start thinking about the quad bonus if we can do it out. I see some other words here that will get the as a standard bonus, like Feitur. That's a bit well heavy. I'm thinking of whether we can have something that ends with the A. Again, we can use one of these if we need to. Yeah, I feel like this run isn't actually going to be on track to finish, but this is a very long stream at this point. That's why I'm saying this. That it's a little difficult to set this up. We don't want to do the refresh all just yet. Yeah, we need to get rid of some dreck, and we need to basically burn a turn on doing it. Yeah, I regret selling that so quickly. We should have done a refresh first and then sold and after that. That feels like a bit of a blunder now that I look at what's on the board. I'm thinking like Firth or Frith or something, or Mirth or something, just to thrum. Yeah, we need to just go constant and heavy just to dump some stuff and then get the double bonus at least. This is not going to be very good. This is also going to be about 40 points. I see Humidor. Let's compare Thrum and Humidor because that will be relevant point of comparison. We'll just look at the base score because like they'll get the same bonuses, more or less. 13, 14, 15, 18 and 5, that's going to be 23. Humidor. It's going to be 7. This is going to be better, I think. Even without the age bonus there. 7, 10, 15, 15. That's going to be 30. So what is this again? Yeah, this is 12. Yeah, the Humidor is going to be better. But this keeps more vowels, basically. But, you know, we probably just want to have a lot more stuff. Maybe draw some E's for once. 86, yeah. I see pluralist. No, we don't have the other. L for that. This V is a big problem. Yeah, we want to get some of this stuff out of here. I see purist, at least. It's not very good. We want to, like, maybe just get some of this stuff out of here. But the V is still hanging around. Vaults. Just to get rid of it. So we're thinking vaults, that spends 2 vowels. we don't really have anything that's taking advantage of second position right now. The fact that we're not taking advantage of second position right now makes me think that maybe we should start ditching this in favor of pumping the modifier every turn. Because that would be an extra 10, I guess, at a moment. I don't know. Vaults. Yeah, we don't have a Vulsing, or not Vulses. A Vulsion. Evolution, no, we just don't have the over any of that stuff. If we have a play with a V that doesn't spend so many vowels, I would like to try to go for that. Like, what was I saying earlier? Purist? I think we'll just go with vaults. I feel like we're going to struggle to get rid of this round, but Green Heroes, you saw Vitalist. Yeah, that would really dip my pool. Actually, no, that would have left 3 tiles on the side still. That would have been fine. Do we have Jerk here? We do. We probably have something better here, though. Expire. We finally have Expire. Expire gets a quad bonus plus the X. So that's going to be good. We'll do that. Yeah, it's going to hit this. It's going to get a quad bonus. This will finally be a decent play that catches up a bit. $216, good. That's more what we're trying to go for. Jerkily is back. We might as well just take it just to get rid of some of this stuff because we're not going to get... We'll get a double bonus, we're not going to get the quad bonus on this. Not enough vowels to work with, because we would have to have an I start. I mean, if we can find something even more worthwhile, or something with like an IFY ending, briefly. I like briefly in some ways better, but Jerkily uses the same vowel as Do. And gets, well, Jerkily keeps this stuff. Briefly keeps this stuff. I think it has to be Jerkily. At least we get some bonuses. Okay, now we've got even more flexibility with Golden, because at some point we can do something big that can maybe get us over the line with ×4, and then, you know, if we have like Ignoblist or something, or Ignobler, Ignoble, Ignore, we don't have the N though. If we can get a quad bonus, we should do it. Otherwise, we'll just continue building towards vowels some way. Like the where, something where could be interesting. Offshore. We don't, oh no, we don't have the other O. Inshore, nope. It's okay. We'll keep building. Try to stack. Do we have any more goldens coming? We don't. So this will be it in terms of golden tiles. But it means that if we spend 2 of them at some point, that's fine, because we can double the score that we have here. So for example, we have showered, hit this, hit double. I think that's a justifiable use of these tiles here. Then we keep this. It's a double bonus, not a quad bonus, but we get another double off the golden for at least a word score. I don't think we're going to get the kind of play that wraps with vowels on this turn, which is why unless we have like offside. We tried offsite at some points and it's actually not good. Offside gets a quad bonus. I like this. I like this. Because you have this bonus, vowel bonus, and golden bonus. I think that's actually easily going to be best. I mean, offshore was close to the same idea, but I think this hits pretty well. Let's go with it. 288. Okay, not too bad. And then we've got a decent number of vowels to work with now too, so. Yeah, we wouldn't want to use the R and offsider, Joseph, although that's a good hook to know for Scrabble purposes if you see offside on the board. And I guess you could have the Day of the Triffid in there too. The Day of the Triffids. Among fictional entities. Where something. Anywhere, unfortunately, we don't have that. We do have ing if we want to spend the G. We will not get this bonus, but we would get this stacking bonus. Also, we could potentially, you know, we don't have ignite or something yet, like that, but yet we, yeah, under 8. You know, under hate, underrate, even better. Underrate is going to get a quad bonus. We have 4 plays remaining. We might be able to escape this round. I feel like we're getting way too close to the line, though. That will probably fail in round 12, unless something miraculous really happens. Okay, we're within 175, so... Hey, look, we got Abudo again. We should just take it. Because, again, quad bonus. We know it's going to get over. Probably, we better check. So we don't fall, like, 5 points short or something. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 there. And then 25 there. 39. 42, 52, 52 by 4. That's over 200. That will do it. The only thing that I'm kind of hesitant about is that it spends so many vowels that we're in kind of a bad position going into the next round. But I feel like we just need to take it and try to take a perk and then, you know. Because if we have something that's, you know, ends with where, anywhere or whatever, let's just do Abudo, whatever. We know this is going to score 200, so. $220, so that gets us over the line. Great. Okay, so we're up to 6 plays. When submitting the 4th tile, score 3 times the points. Emerald tiles always score, have a 1 in 3 chance of being permanently destroyed. We don't want that. But the last tile is a vowel, permanently increase the score by 2. That's something we'll go for often, but I feel like it's going to take too long to accumulate. When submitting to fourth tile, will score 3 times its points. Let's take a look here. Well, we're going for lots of multipliers. Maybe that's good, but it's one of those where if it's hard enough to hit, then we might just want to sell it. Let's think about what the play here is going to be first, and then we can think about it because, you know, for example, are we going to get this here, or are we just going to go azine? Or we could go like something like he's and then hit that. No, we would want to go vowels on either side, so what would we even do on this play? Maybe easing or something. Some ease, depending on whether it's valid in this dictionary. So I think we actually take this, but we're going to kill it. Because you need something that's at least a 3-pointer in that position for it to be worthwhile over just getting to +5 every turn plus multipliers. So it doesn't actually no, it doesn't matter what we sell because the sell value is not going to matter to this. And I feel like getting to +5 every turn is going to be better than this because like we might not survive long enough for this to accumulate properly or tiles to be cycled back. So we'll just take anything, we'll sell it. We actually do have something like magazine. No, we don't. But I was thinking easing. And then this gets the quad bonus, this gets this. So Z by itself is going to be worth 120, right? And so hopefully this gets us out of some trouble. Look at this threshold here. This is like it's a bigger threshold, it's a much bigger threshold than the end of the legendary mode. Like this gets really high. So this mode is not kidding around. Like you need to hit huge bonuses every turn. When we were doing legendary, by the time we got to this kind of round, we were usually able to just do consistently like 150 minimum every single turn because we just had the right multipliers working together. But yeah, this mode is actually not kidding around, which is nice because the rest of this game we kind of sleepwalk through almost. Easing is not good in this dictionary. That's okay. We'll go easing. Yeah, easing is I think a little too recent for this. If there's any kind of overlap with the Scrabble Lexica, there's a fairly recent addition in those two, I think. Now that's assuming that we don't have something that is significantly longer that will go, you know, with an IZE ending, like harmonize, no. I think we just go for that bonus. We know it's going to work, so. Or like the Z being worth 120, so this play is going to be close to 200 at least, I think. Actually, look at that. The Z actually hit for the 50 on the Emerald, so that we got 708 points. Great, great. That gets us much of the way. We're still in a bit of trouble, I think, in terms of having to cover the rest, but that significantly eases things up for this round. Yeah, the G is kind of starting to stack up a bit as well. We actually could go for ignoble this time for this. This will only be a double bonus rather than... Yeah, this will only be a double bonus rather than... Let's consider this. Because this will be 3 times, you know, close to 50-ish, about 150 on this, and then you double it again, so this play will be probably close to 400. The problem is that it kills what we had going on here with the special tile draw, but we still have a chance to get that back. So we should think about that. I've been waiting for a play like that. It would be better if you wait until you get a second eye to do that. So, you know, if we try to save that stuff and then try to do something with the rest, that would be a little bit better. Either that, or we just forget about that until we just draw into conveniently and we try to do something. Ignorable. That's even better. Far more bonuses. So the question is, yeah, we don't have a good play that sets up for this by trying to draw into another eye to maintain this bonus. I would have liked to maintain the additional bonus, but I don't think we can afford to wait that long. We've got 5 plays remaining. We just need to try to hit and then draw another golden. It would have been nice to bank up the G a bit longer, but I think this play is not very ignorable. Let's try to go for it. This is going to be over 300 for sure, like 400-ish maybe. 408, good. We might be in a bit of trouble now though, because we might not have sufficient bonuses anymore. Let's see, Woomera, Urali, Ing. I mean, we could also just burn this for a double if needed, but so no. Whetstone? Nope. Yeah, the thing is, we might have gone a little weaponizing. Nope. That was we might have risked that a little too early, but I don't know that we would have had a better opportunity to set that up. You're saying we almost had Ambrosia. Yeah, we do. Yeah. We probably won't get bonuses this turn. Like, there's a rebalancing turn unless we go, like... Do we have Ugonia? No, we don't. Apologia, We're so close to Apologia. Look at that. Apologism. I mean, yeah, this is not going to get bonuses at all. But maybe we just need to do something like that to, you know... try to draw into more golden tiles. I don't like how we're keeping so many constants into that, though. Too bad we don't have the other E for epilogue. That would have been good. Epi... Something ologies is always something worth looking at. Yeah, I don't like even a WW. That we might just have to go apologism. If it is in fact good, apologism. No, okay. Just apologies. I don't know that we want to burn that many vowels when we don't even have the vowel bonus, though, I think. We can, if we're not getting bonuses, we should go just for something like Whomping. This keeps lots of vowels plus yes. I like this actually. This is good. It's not going to score very well. It's going to be sub 100, but it will stand the best chance of getting us into a better play next turn. We have 4 plays remaining. This is going to be really tight. Yeah, sub 100 is not great. However, we have more possibilities here. Now, the problem is that, yeah, we burnt the other golden too early. I think, in retrospect, maybe we should have waited for that extra tile to maintain the quad bonus. Because now we're in a bit of trouble. We have stuff like Alcove again. But yeah, you can see it's kind of blinking at me because we have 3 plays remaining. We're very much in trouble. We're gonna go Ovo. Doesn't score very much. But then having E, you know, if we draw another golden tile, maybe then we can get some kind of triple on the word on the next turn, and then having E on either end, or you know, just having enough E's to end with might get us into a much better position. However, we can also have Evocate. I don't like that right now because this is burning the T when we're trying to stack. Evocable, yeah. What was the one that we had previously? Avocet doesn't end what we want. Ovolo, yeah. We'll just take it. This is going to get really, really down to the wire. We need a huge play, and we need to basically draw a golden tile at minimum, I think. And then get something like the quad bonus. This will not score much, but 78. Okay, so that's fine. We have QTT. We also have stuff like canats and such, but that won't be what we want. We want to find something that will try to we want to keep these 3 tiles. We want to play something here. We want to play something that's almost awesome, but not quite. Yeah, I didn't think Evocate was Collins only. Maybe I knew that, but... So, if we get a quad bonus, we could maybe get out of this live. We have 2 plays remaining. So the thing is, if we do 2 plays with a quad bonus, we might also get out of this live. Just barely. Like, this is not going to do nearly enough. Like, ideally we would have had something like Accurate or something. Acetate. We don't have the other T for acetate. We, however, can spend the T's for acetate. That will give you a double on the word score, but not on the multiplier. We might have to compromise and do something like that. $10, 15, 30. No, sorry, 10, 15, 30, 45. 45 plus about... So yeah, this is slightly over 100-ish. Because I want to get to times 2. We really need a quad multiplier to make this work. What if you have something like Agnate? I wish we could do better than this. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, 21, 21, 18. That's 39-ish times 4. That's still only, you know, 150 to 160. TAGE ending, AGE ending in general. I don't like it. Yeah, we don't have a lot in terms of the good stuff coming. Genesee, the gents. I still think probably something. I just don't see much that's better at this point. Like maybe we do just need to think about double bonus rather than quad bonus, but like we need the quad bonus, I think, in order to have a chance of getting through. Play off as many tiles as you can and hope to draw gold, maybe. I'm actually kind of hoping at this point that we draw one of the U's. Because if we can land a kind of miracle play with the Q next turn, and then we can also just kind of dump golden tiles and try to get something going. Yeah, I was hoping to get something a lot better going here with, you know, AEST, AC, etc. that we'd get something that would hit the bonus. And something awesome would have been great, but yeah, MKW Joseph, the reason I'm holding off on playing the Golden Tees is because if you keep TTQ, we get 3 unused specials. 3 unused specials gets a ×2 on the entire final score. If you use TT together in a word, you get ×2 on the word score, but it kills having this bonus in reserve for next turn, and it scores less than having a ×2 on the entire play. So that's the reason that we're not doing it. Unless we have something that is really going to hit. I think we have to just go for something like Aegean or even Aoi, or, you know, that might not even be that bad. I mean, it is bad, but 15 with no bonus. This is still, this is, I mean, it does get a quad bonus. So 15 here, 18 here. This actually still gets you up to about 120 something. And dumps the W, which could be better than trying to go like this. Because this W is like totally dead weight. We don't want to dump so many E's though. It just... I actually wonder if this is good. Yeah, I'm trying to land something like W on the second position. So I'm thinking right now Aegean or Aoi. Because W, even if you start with something... But it depends on what we're doing. Yeah, I guess we unduplicate ends. Neither of them are very good. They get you over 100, but like we need some kind of big miracle play next round, or this will be the end of the run. Yeah, I was looking at acetate as well. Okay, so we actually do have to U for something like, but we don't have something that can go with that. Well, 344 left. Unchased. Let's score this. This has a chance. Has a very remote chance. 4, 8, 11, 15. 15, and then we have 30, 40, 58. 58 by 4 is not going to do it. 58 by 4. It will get so close. We'll get within about 100. If we can't see anything better, we'll just play it. But we might need miracle play on the Q. But then it doesn't get any bonuses beyond just a Q, right? Like it's not going to hit anything else. And maybe we should have kept the bonus to, you know, refresh and just keep everything as no swatches. This would just be to double here. This will not get a quad bonus. It will only get the second one. So like this has got to be worse, I think. The other one was 200-ish, 13, 14, 15, 24-ish. It's similar, but yeah, this is going to be low hundreds. Unchased is the best that I can see. So I think we're going to lose, but I'm just trying to see if we actually have something. Yeah, this will just not get bonuses though. Like even, okay, let's suppose the Q hits. Then it's going to be 50, 150. 150 plus this stuff, but no bonuses, right? Like it's still going to be about a 200 point play. What we really needed was an E for something like equate. And moreover, you know, like an E plus a golden tile. You think squattist wins if you hit? Yeah, because the idea is that you try to double this. So let's see about this. Well, let's see what it is. Yeah, because you would get the word bonus here. You would not get develop bonus. Well, suppose this hits. 150. 150, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 158 times 2. 316. 316 actually just gets you over line for bonuses, doesn't it? Because we would need about 30 points of bonuses, we have that. So if the Q hits, this says win. We'll see. So we're finally going to see what the potion tile is. We haven't seen one of those before. Emerald X. I actually kind of like this idea. I can't believe we made it through. We got 4 plays. We're going to lose this round, but that was fun. As far as a roll of the dice goes, just to get us over the line, I mean, you know. Gain or refresh is not useful at this point. Refresh all tiles with the same letter. Let's see, what do we have? Do we have a lot of duplicates and such? Not really, but we can at least kind of re-roll. This was going to take too long to have an effect. I think we're not going to hit those until much, much later. Modifier, however, can roll into this. But I feel like at this point, you take this one, and then you can selectively re-roll to try to set up something gigantic. But we're not getting something like the quad bonus anyway. I don't know what the potion does. It doesn't let me mouse over currently to see what it does. If the potion actually refills lives, then we should do something about it, obviously. Too bad we don't have like an E for avarice, but then that's why we should take this, because then we can try to draw for an E. Because then we can do something like avarice. So what does this do? We've never seen these. Potion tells add your points to your plays, but are destroyed after one use. You know what? We don't care if we destroy the V. I would love to destroy the V. This could actually keep us alive. We have avionic. We have... No, we don't have the other one. We have... We're going to try to go for avarice. We definitely want to hit this here, unless it only adds 4 plays, but... If it hits here, then... maybe we're okay, so... I'm going to take a look at this carefully just in case we have something. No, we want to try to redraw for the E. We're just going to re-roll for it. Then if we don't have it, then we'll do something else with this to try to hit. We're actually close to avaricious, but we don't quite have it. So we're going to dump the stuff that I know I'm probably not going to use in conjunction with this play, so... let's dump the double C. No, we dumped all C's. Okay, that's... Whoops. I forgot it was all of the tiles. I dumped the other C too. I thought I was duplicating. Okay, finally. That's okay. Let's think about something else we can do to this. Whoops. Can't believe we did that. Whoops. I see we have like invariant or something, but it doesn't hit the V here. We're trying to gain 12 plays to see if it gives you 12 plays or if it gives you much less than that. Yeah, one tile off Aventurine. I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about something that would have the Heaven start. I don't think we have like Avenue. No, we don't have the other E. But if we can re-roll something else for E's, this time we'll be careful. Then maybe we can still do something. I want V in second position to see if we can get 12 lives, but... Overmine. We have Overmine. No, we don't. We don't have the other E for Overmine. So what we should do is we should try to redraw for it. And we need to be very, very careful not to throw away tiles that we might actually want. So what do we want to draw towards? We want to draw towards anything that gives you an E. And Overmind Green Heroes is just a StarCraft thing, unfortunately. And also wouldn't end with a vowel. Over higher, over, well, no matter what, we would need an E. I think it's very hard to think about something that will work, because we dumped that C, you know, it's very hard to think of something that would work without. Using, yeah, we have stuff like aviation, but we don't want to, no, we don't have the U anyway, but we need the vowel ending. We don't absolutely need the vowel ending. The purpose is to get 12 lives, but, you know, we want points. And regardless, I don't think we're going to paste pass this round, so. Overhand, we're going to try to go for Overmind, I think. Which means we should not dump N. Let's try to dump T. We want to keep A in case we have something like, do we have Abadire? We do have Abadire. Okay, this works, Let's see if we get 12 lives. Or do we get 4? We get 4 lives. Okay, so that didn't actually work out. Well, now we know what the mechanic is. Now we know the mechanic is face value only. Unless perhaps you use something else to boost the value. Maybe you can boost the face value and then that calculation will work with the potion. But the potion does not benefit from multipliers. Yeah, oh well. I see Manhunt. Animati? I don't think so. I think it's just Animato, but oh, actually, maybe if Animato plural is Animati, maybe we can get it. Otherwise, we'll probably just have to go Manhunt or something. We have something like Uvula. We don't quite have Vuvuzela, unfortunately, but Animati or Vuvula. This keeps like IIA, all that stuff. UUV, nah. Let's just take it. Still only double bonuses. However, this is more promising. And we should keep the G for some kind of big G bomb if we're getting down to the wire. I see Amniote. We can probably go way bigger than that though, with an ATE ending. Imitate. Not quite inimitable. Anti. Intimidate. We don't have a D. I like the anti idea. Antithecera, no. Wouldn't that be great if we could do like Antithecera? It's funny, we're not even that far off from it too. But there's no way we can draw it. Am I even thinking of the spelling properly? Let me think about that. No. There's something, it's similar to that. It's I can't remember how to spell it off the top of my head, but ancient mathematical device, you know what it is. Yeah, the G is a long ways off. Like, we played a G at about 45-ish last time, and that took a while to get to. We're not going to get that far with 6 rounds remaining. Which means that, you know, if we need to spend a G, then we spend a G, but... I think amniote is what I'm seeing. Antikythera, that's right. Or... I can't spell it. Whatever. It's all Greek to me. This is not going to do that well, but we need to get the 3 special tile bonus if we can. We have this 3 special tile bonus, unfortunately. So we can do quad bonus now, but we only have 5 turns left to do it. And so that might not be. Does that work with a K or only with a C? That might be something worth considering. Anti-radar, anti... Yeah, I'm trying to go for the quadruple bonus now, which means beginning and ending with a vowel. Actually, having lots of A's is not bad for that. It's just that we don't necessarily have it with a limited tile pool if we're reserving these 3. It's much easier to play this kind of bonus thing where you keep it in reserve if you do in fact open up more tiles. Or generate more of these early. The problem is that we didn't have a consistent way to generate these. Unlike the run we had in both Legendary and Marathon, in both of those, with Legendary we had a consistent way to generate Emerald every turn. In Marathon we had a consistent way to generate Golden every turn. And if you don't have something like that, it's very hard to build up the bonus and fill the pool. Because if you just have the single-use upgrades, they don't quite do that for you. I'm going to try this with a K. I don't think it's good. I feel like it's only with C. Didn't think so, yeah. Air or something. We might not be able to get it. We might only be able to get like a single bonus. With, you know, Katana or something. You're thinking Akita is good? I don't think I'd ever seen that. Akita, huh, okay. Yeah, because I thought Adita might be good, but... Wait, let's keep that in mind just for a moment. Yeah, we don't quite have something like Anhedonia. No, I didn't think so. Adita. Yeah, I guess there's one that's in Collins, but not in Wordnik, which is this dictionary. Anti-tank. Well, no, it uses 2 T's. What do we just do? Thank. And then we only get the double bonus. It's not going to get as far. We're likely to die this round anyway. But then we kind of rebalance this turn. We just rebalance. Instead of going for quad. Let's just do it. Yeah, it still gets 86. Acrylic. No, we only have the one C. But something. Arcadia. Unless that's just the top stopper play. Alliance, but of course that burns the E. Normally we would, do stuff like Dalliance, but Alliance burns the E, but what we can do is we can try to do some kind of miracle draw it into a golden or any kind of effect tile actually using the refresh. So let's make sure we don't do anything that's redundant with what's in here. Actually, refresh all with letter. If we refresh all with R, then we can draw 3. We can try to draw into golden or any kind of effect to get something here. No. But we can try it again. No, that's okay. It just means that we get limited number of bonuses instead. Yeah, because I'm thinking at some point that, if we can actually draw another effect tile, then we can actually have an ing ending that has a big multiplier on the G. Or something like the ignoble idea that we had last time. I see Calamity. Do we have something that would be similar that gets the quad bonus? Well, we can't because constant's on either side. That's okay. You know what? Let's just take it. Yeah, we're getting to 100 scores. We just need way more than that. This one, we're actually getting decent vowel draws with this, but oh, Amanita, I didn't see it. Yeah. Yeah, and of course everybody remembers Queen Amygdala from Star Wars. Let's see. I think we can actually get something decent off of this. If not, then, we'll go for single bonus, but at minimum, we have stuff like ignore, but I think we can do a lot better than that. We can even do ignore with, no, we can't. We can't burn the effect tile. Right, well, I mean, I feel like we can get something way bigger. Given the tiles that we have. Like, we should be able to get something way bigger. AGE ending. That's the anti. Not quite an entourage. Tolerance, intolerate. I don't think it's intolerate. It's just intolerance. Yeah, we have to keep this stuff. I'd like to draw another one so we can actually play the G on the second spot, but Argo, no, it's Arga. No. See all kinds of stuff. It's just the vowel conditions actually kind of constraining, like, you know, otherwise we'd have Dragonet and probably quite a lot. That's a lot longer. I see a Dajo. That's not very long. And burns too many vowels that we might need for the next move. These are fairly common tiles too. Like, we should be able to find something here. Organ D. This works. I feel like there's something else in there too, but maybe not. I kind of like that one, actually. I don't know if we'll do much better. Organ D. And let's take it. You saw anti-glare and anti-drone. That's interesting. Yeah, we were a little off tardigrade. Okay. Hey, look, we got some golden tiles. We can actually use them now. We can use them for ×2 bonus while keeping the rest for... And we can use the G, moreover. We have 2 turns left. We'd better know what we're doing if we're going to do that. We might not be able to set it up this turn. Yeah, might not be able to do it. How about in flight? No, that doesn't end with a vowel. Infinite, no. We probably still have that anti-glare, don't we? Even if it doesn't. No, we don't, actually. But we have some flexibility now in terms of what we want to use. We could, for example, actually double up on golden and still get the effect. Yeah, unfortunately, a single F doesn't go very well in second position. Like a doubled F in positions 2 and 3 would be a lot more useful. Agitate. No, we don't have the second A. We can do a reroll. No, we can't. We don't have it to reroll anymore. Okay, never mind. And yeah, if we see, it's a bit of a long shot to draw the S for the last golden tile. So we can try to go for some kind of massive, massive score. at some point. I don't think we're going to get it at this point. 2 plays remain. I just don't think it's happening. I'm just trying to find some kind of vowel ending because, you know, we keep looking at stuff like a light or something, or even just INGs. Error line, no. Allure L. Yeah. It's funny that times 3 in this position here earlier would have actually been a lot better for the G, but yeah, I don't see that we can really do much with it. We need to probably use the E, I'm thinking. If we use the E, then maybe we have some possibility to get the quad bonus. Yeah, you're thinking just try to re-roll for as many bonus tiles as possible to hit something big. See a field, I see a... we have the other E here. If we... what about something line? Yeah, because we might need to have a big stack instead for the next one. Lather, father. Even just like thralled, maybe, if this is good. I don't know if you can have thralled or just enthralled, but we should try it. Just to see if it hits. And then this will be the Hail Mary play. We need to find something massive here. Well, we'll try to get everything we can. Exigent. Yeah, the thing is we might not be able to get the value bonus on this, unfortunately. I was hoping that we would do something like that. Also, G in second position is better than X in second position. Yeah, you would want a G on a triple, but maybe the X isn't usable for this purpose, and ignore. No, but we need as much as we can. Yeah, we don't have, you know, the A for agitates. AGN, ag. Nope. Still don't have the T in there. We need everything we can get. I wonder if exogenesis is even good, but I would try it, of course. But I don't see the G in the second position. I just don't see how to do it in a way that makes sense. However, you go exogenesis, but can we take off one of these? No, we can't, unfortunately. But you go exogenes, you would still have 3 here. So you get a ×2 on the tiles, but you still get a double on the entire thing. So I think exogenes actually beats exogenesis. Because then you keep this for the effect, rather than egotizes, We don't have the triple for this, but we might. You know what? Let's score some of this stuff. This is our last play anyway. Let's take our time. And this stream has gone on way too long. We're going to lose this turn, but we'll see what we can actually potentially hit. 27 here. That's 75, 81, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 87, 87 by 4. 87 by 4, 80 by 4, 320 plus 28, 348, 348. And 15, 360-ish, 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 and there's 2, that's about a 600 point play, 700 point play. Well, plus this stuff. It's about a 700 point play. Exogenes. Only has the ×2 from here though, so probably not good. These two combined are about 50-ish. Then you got about 100 base score. This is about a 250 point play. Exogenesis. Exogenetis. No. Yeah, I think it's better to double up on this because the thing is, with either one of these ideas, you don't get the vowel bonus anyway. Oddly enough, I think these actually don't beat. Egotize. Although maybe that's not odd given here. However, we should balance this against this because yeah, you get quad bonus from it's what 80-ish. Right, because let's think about it. Because you get 81, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 87 by 2, 160-ish. Then you add into bonuses, then you multiply the whole thing again by 2, 320-ish. Better than adding the additional, what is it, 80-ish just for the word score by swapping in, right? Because you get a full multiplier on the whole thing here. Nothing's going to hit, but we're going for basically high score going into this play. Yeah, using 4 golds in a word is 2 times 4 times. Using 2 golds in a word is 2 times gold, 2 times hand bonus, you're saying. Well, no, the thing is that this adds to final scores. So if you leave it on the board, you also double these bonuses. If you put it here, this adds 1 additional multiplier for the letter score, including this. So this should be better, I think. Because it doubles the whole thing plus this, right? So maybe. I find that it's consistent. Like, I find it's a consistent rule set. That because like the way they balance it is that some things are word score, some things are final score. It is a balancing tool. in terms of the order of operations. So, exogenes, exogenesis, or egotize. I think egotize actually comes out ahead right now. That's because you have a base score of about 80 something. And because you get the quad bonus rather than just a double. That's assuming this is in this dictionary, by the way. Because I seem to remember that the spelling might have some lexicon issues. Neither one's going to win. Let's just take it. No, it's not good. So, never mind about egotize. I guess we go exogenes. Again, exogenesis gives you the extra plus 10 here. It gives you the extra word score here, but it kills the doubling of the entire thing. So I think... Is exogenes doing good? I don't even know. If it's not, then we'll try exogenesis. It's not good, so never mind. Nothing. Okay, none of these are actually candidates. None of these are good. So never mind. We just spent a lot of time considering things that aren't in. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I feel like I've actually tried exogeny with the Y before and had it challenged off in Scrabble. I know egotize is, yeah, it is colon specific. I remember there was some kind of lexicon thing going on with that. Okay. So, yeah, we're just going to lose this one then. You know, we can just try to stack stuff. Or exigence. I think maybe that's the best we can do with what we know now. I don't know if it takes the S. I think it does. If we can put this in somehow. Like if we're not getting this anyway, then maybe we have something X something ing. Exterminating, no. Extra. Anyway, we're losing this anyway, so, you know, exerting, exertions. Exertions. Exertions does a little bit better with similar principles. Obviously, if we can get this in for exigence, maybe that's better. We can try it. Let's take a look at the face value first. Because, yeah, this 25 is pretty considerable. Because, you know, this plus 10, whatever you do here without a G, it's just... But if you have exerting, you do have a G. But if you have exerting, then you don't have the S. Exertions, you have the S, but then you don't have the G. Do we actually have exorbitant? We do. And it's exorbitant, but I actually feel like it's not as good. I mean, it's a fun word, but... I don't know which of these actually scores the most. It does not matter at this point, but... Maybe there's some kind of high score. Maybe we should map it out. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 by 4. That's going to be 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 128. And then no bonuses. That's not good at all. That's, That doesn't get you anything. Maybe. I mean, none of these are going to be good at this point, but... So, for example, exertions is going to be even worse than exorbitant. There's no advantage for this one over exorbitant, I think. No advantage whatsoever. Exigence, if it is good, which I'm not totally confident in. This would get you 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 55, 55 by 4, 200 something. But then nothing here. So this would be 200 something. Exerting. Exerting has the benefit that if you leave an E out, then you would get the double. 55. 55 by 2, 10, whatever. This is also going to be kind of mid 200s, then mid 200s. If you trade this in instead, then very similar, except you don't get the multiplier on the other bonuses. I think we just go exerting. I think it actually beats exorbitant. I'm gonna see if, by the way, this bot command works. We had some database issues with it. And there's some kind of command to show the next part of the list as well. Epigenesis, frontogenesis, gametogenesis, yeah. I couldn't remember if we saw that about command. So yeah, this is going to be... You know what about egestion? And we'll leave this for this bonus here. Maybe this is good. I know this word is good. I'm just saying maybe this is a better play because you've got G. It's basically the same as exertion, except, you know, you have G there instead. Or 75-ish or something. 80-ish, 160-ish. This would get you over 300. I think this is actually the best one that we've seen so far. I think we're not doing too much better than this. This is going to be 300 something. Let's just take it. I'm going to lose. Let's just take the points and go. It would have been nice to work both the X and the G into it somehow, but... Or, you know, have an additional valid bonus, but we've been dead for a while, so... Let's just take it. We got Donkey Kong to get to tomorrow. Let's just, you know... 438, yeah. So, yeah. Reach round 13, reach 62 words. That'll be our record. Now, again, it's pretty dependent on modifiers. This was fun to do. The next time we'll probably just do one run per stream instead of trying to fit in two, because I didn't expect this broadcast to go on to, what, 6 hours. The squatting miracle play, I think, made this worthwhile, extended our run considerably. That was kind of nice to see that get right over the line. But yeah, so world first clear is not happening for us yet, but I can see why this is still uncleared, because it is a significant bump in difficulty depending on what you get. But even with multipliers this time, you know, we had multipliers this time, we couldn't hit them very consistently. If we eventually draw a good synergy, then we're coasting, but the point total escalates very, very significantly. So I think the golden tile strategy, if you can kind of seed golden tiles throughout the whole bag very, very early on, the way we were doing in standard marathon, is potentially very, very viable. But again, you need some build that is going to work for you from the start. And we ran out of steam pretty quickly when it came to actually seeding the bag. Yeah, that Q hit was amazing. And this play here, 708, is our new record here. So yeah, 2 losses today, our first losses in wordplay. And it does tell you reach round 13, so at least this is a record for now. So yeah, I don't know when we will have time to play this next, because we'll mainly be prioritizing Donkey Kong. But the thing is, I feel like there's a little less time pressure in some sense, because I feel like this is a huge mountain to climb, and you know, having at least maybe, you know, one of the first clears on video is actually something that is potentially in the cards. And you know, this is going to keep us playing. Doesn't mean I'd have to deal with this dictionary for a while longer, unfortunately, but that's okay. The things we do for achievements when they are very rare and difficult to obtain. So yeah, I can see why this is going to hold up for some time. Until somebody just gets a good run of luck. Fun to do though, fun to see how far we could get. And yeah, like I said, I haven't seen anyone do Ultramarathon on video at any point, and I didn't even know it existed until I unlocked it yesterday, so that'll be how we finish. So thank you so much for all the company today. These were really fun. I'm glad this game is really putting up a fight. A very serious fight, even if it's kind of RNG dependent to, you know, make a fair attempt. Again, cards were much more on our side in the second attempt than in the first one, and still we ran into issues with how much the benchmark for it actually escalates. So this could be quite a mountain to climb for some time. Donkey Kong Bonanza tomorrow, if I can get my hands on it by then. But yeah, we've got to put wordplay aside for a little bit, and we'll try to make time for it. While this task is still standing in front of us, we'll see how to fit it in somehow. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody who contributed. Congratulations on all the solutions that you folks found that were far superior to mine. And it was my pleasure to kind of have that kind of back and forth as we went turn to turn. Yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza, as you're saying. Don't you dare say an O in there. But yeah, we're going to send you folks on to somewhere else. I think this is one of the longer streams I've done. And we're going to be linguistically scrambled for some time, I'm sure. Thanks for watching. Enjoy everything you may be playing or making or unscrambling or otherwise making sense of in your own way. And until we meet at our next destination, as always, fare thee well.